Listen to the names in this. This is a song called Time, and this is the artists: Lady Campion, Mr. Smith, Frank Turzo, 15th Band, and Tony Howie. Are you absolutely effing shitting me? Damn. Man, how did this come together? Damn. I'm so excited to hear this one. I'm sure you've heard it, Russ. I'm sure. Look at you. Look at Russ. He's like the cat who got the cream. Look at him. He's so excited over there.
All I can, I know 15th Bend always gives everyone a nickname in the community, but for me, Frank Turzo's like Goldfinger, because everything he touches just turns to gold. That's all I can say.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's better than being a septic Midas. Let me tell you that. That's what I was called when I was young. That's another story for another day. Let's play this. Let's just get into it. This is a song called Time by Lady Campion, Mr. Smith, Frank Turzo, 15th Band, and Tony Howie. This thing is, I already know it's going to knock your socks off. It's track 4. Let's rock it. Let's go. Boom, boom.
Time waits for no one. It's true. Time lends no promise. It's true. A life without hope. It's like a sail without a breeze. Take my hand. Let me be your angel. Tonight, hold me tight. You know I'll always be with you. It's true. A child without a dream. It's like a bird without its wings. I wanna hold you forever in my arms. Oh, I will savor the memories we share. In a word, everything and anytime can change. I want to capture each moment, good inside, and I can't imagine a lifetime without you beside me.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Bran, Zach from Unique Prepping, Rick Renstrom, Infantry Outdoors, and Truth with Tom. And I'm so excited for tonight, you guys. It's going to be a really great show. As William says, a damn good show. Yeah. And I'm just really excited for this lineup tonight. So I'm kind of catching up here already a little bit. I see a new name in the chat, Tails and Stuff. Welcome. Thanks to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Yo.
Oh, there we go. Thanks to everybody who's here hanging out. Basement internet strikes again. Yeah, I know, right?
We were warned.
All right. Yes, I know. It's an ongoing thing. Hey, Ozark, good to see you. Right? I know. We all need to be by that fire, Chrissy. Yeah, glad you're here. Tails and Stuff, if you can tell us how you found us, that'd be great. Dwight, good to see you. Thanks everybody for being here. I'm getting a little bit of an echo from someone. Does anybody up on panel have YouTube going in the background or anything? Or a TV on? You know what I can do? Let me see if I can get her some background noise. Okay. Jade, good to see you. See somebody saying hi to you. Glad you're here. Jen, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Tony. Oh, I still have an echo from somebody. Just going to go through and check real quick. Okay, well, as I'm doing that, I wanted to start off by just going around and introducing yourselves. If you can tell me a little bit about you and your channel, that would be great. And Tom, I'm going to go ahead and start with you if that's okay.
Oh, thank you. All right. Yeah, I'm Tom. Channel's Truth with Tom. I've been playing with YouTube for a couple of years. Nothing serious. I bitch a lot. I like political discussions and just like hanging around BSing. So post a few videos here and there. And that's about all there is to tell. Still struggling to reach 500 subscribers. So there you go.
Well, I hope you guys will go check out his channel and sub him up. Tom's a great guy and a great friend. And Tom, I love what you do on your channel. I love your live streams. I hope you'll do more of those because I've missed getting to hang out with you like that. But But I like what you've been doing with your other, what you've been doing with your chair and everything too. We'll get to that in a little bit. But
okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Tom. All right, Infantry, do you want to share a little bit about you and your channel? Hey, Sharon. Oh, you're muted, Infantry. There we go.
Can you hear me?
You're good.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. My name's DJ Infantry. I've been on YouTube as Infantry Outdoors for about 7 or 8 years. I am a legally blind person who has done a whole lot in their life. And I use the outdoors to try to inspire people with disabilities to not feel sorry for yourself, but realize there's things you can get up, go out and do. And through the organizations, products and sponsors that I work with, we basically find ways for you to go. So if you were, let's say, if you can breathe, I can take you scuba diving. Let's put it that way. Mm-hmm. If you have no arms, no legs, I can take you mountain climbing. things like that. And we want to try to keep the positivity through the products and stuff. And we only put up stuff that we use ourselves, the organizations I work with on a regular basis. But aside from that, before all of this, I was a DJ in Miami on radio and TV for over 20 years. So I've done music, I've done
Awesome.
production, I've done video, I've done TV, radio, and now I'm here.
Yeah. All right, fantastic. Before we continue, I totally just spaced it because I was trying to figure out sound stuff. But the opening song is a song called "Time." It's an amazing. I mean, I just love it. I absolutely love that song. I've listened to it so many times, and that was played from Jade Star's stream. Please check out Jade's channel, and you can catch that stream there. And she did a long stream. It's amazing. That has all of the songs from a double album that was created. All collaborations and indie artists, and it's a fundraiser for teens with cancer. Anti, if you can drop the link to that, that would be great. There's a place to purchase that album, those two albums, and all of the songs on that, you guys, are phenomenal. So I'm sure Anti will drop a couple links there, but please check those out. And that song "Time" was Frank Terzo, Lady Campion, 15th Bend, Mr. Smith, and Tony Howie. So just an incredible amount of talent all on that one track. And that's just one of thing I think tracks between the two albums. So please go check that out. All right. Rick, do you want to tell us a little bit about you and your channel?
Hey everybody, I'm Rick. My channel is Rick Renstrom Official. It's mainly guitar stuff. A long time ago, I was somebody, in the world. I was on a lot of albums and toured a lot. And over time, I just became unmotivated playing and stuff and just stopped playing completely. And then about 7 months ago, I got inspired by people friends of mine that I know that I saw them on YouTube. And I'm like, wow, I should try this. I got some time on my hands. So for sure, I started the channel 7 months ago, and I wasn't expecting the blow up that it had. So yeah, it's pretty wild. But everything I do is all guitar related. Very influenced by neoclassical guitar shredding and stuff like that, classical music and heavy metal kind of combined. So yeah, that's basically what my channel is. It's if you like that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm so glad that you came back into it. And I've just seen, I've only been following your channel for a relatively short amount of time. Anti actually introduced me to your channel, and then Conspiracy Music had started sharing you out, and I've seen you, a few more places around. But your channel's grown quite a bit, pretty quickly. So congratulations on that.
Thanks. I do live streaming virtually every Saturday, and Clay, he found me one time. He's like, hey, I want you on my show. And I was like, yeah, of course, I would love to. And and then just been working hard. And then I got a lucky video that I hit the YouTube lottery, and just blew up my channel. So it happens. But,
awesome.
I'm super grateful for all the love and support for sure.
Yeah, well, I really enjoy your live streams. I could just listen to you play forever. So we will get to that here pretty soon. You guys are in for a treat. He's amazing. So really excited that you're here, Rick. And I'm just glad it worked out for everybody there. So thank you. Well, if I'm still here, Zach, it's your turn. You want to tell us a little bit about you and about your channel, Zach? And you are muted right now, Zach. There you go.
My name is Zach, and I'm the content creator for the channel named Unique Prepping. Little bit about me is the reason why my channel is called Unique Prepping is because I have a disability, but I call it my unique ability, called cerebral palsy. CP is a condition marked by impaired muscle coordination, spastic paralysis, and/or other disabilities, typically caused by damage to the brain before or at birth. I got my unique ability when I was born. My umbilical cord was wrapped around my neck 3 times, and unfortunately my birth mother wasn't dilated all the way, and my birth doctor didn't notice it until it was too late. Long story short, I came into this world pronounced dead for 27 minutes. I really believe that in the 27 minutes I was dead, God retrieved me back into heaven and replaced my ability to walk and talk normally with a powerful brain and heart to help others grow and thrive in their lives.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Zach, for sharing your story. And Zach, I am just so excited for what you're doing on your channel. I've seen it grow so much and you deserve it. I mean, more than anybody I know. We'll talk more, but you have inspired me so much. And Zach's somebody that I've known here for probably about 3 years or a little bit more than 3 years now. Gosh, probably almost 4. But so proud of you and what you're up to, Zach. Really, really glad you're here and that more people can get to know you. I see Pookie here in the chat. Thanks for being here. And a super chat here. 15. Thank you so much. He says, love you, Indy. Have a great stream. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate that. I know 15th is on a bit of a hiatus, taking a little break from streaming and all this. So really excited for his last stream he has coming up for this year. I believe it's on the 7th, but it's on his channel. And we'll make sure we get that link dropped so people can set a notification for his stream. And I know it's going to be an amazing one. He's always the tease, so I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve and really looking forward to that. Thanks for being here. Billy, good to see you. Another OG friend from these YouTube streets. All right. Dana, good to see you here. Thanks for being here. Everybody in chat, really great group. Glad to see everybody around. All right. Well, I don't know. What do you think, Rick? Do you want to go ahead and play anything for us right off the bat?
Yeah,
I
sure.
know you can't
Sure.
stay way too long, and we'll want to
Yeah.
get as much music out of you as possible. So
I got plenty of songs. But yeah, we'll do a fan favorite here. A lot of people I see in the chat have come to my stream, so they probably recognize this one. But it's called Symphony 40. It's basically I took a piece of Mozart, sonata, the Symphony Number 40 in G minor, and turned it into like a heavy metal jam thing. So yeah, let's give it a shot here. So here we go.
all right, awesome.
Make sure we got
Thank you.
guitars. We got guitars. All right. Let's see.
amazing.
Hell
So
yeah.
fantastic, Rick.
Wicked.
Right?
So much.
That
Thank you
was
so much.
awesome.
Wicked.
I appreciate that.
Do you see what
really
I
do.
mean? I could just listen to you play forever. It's fantastic.
Aw,
What kind of
thanks.
guitar is that, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh yeah, no, this is a. Well, I just found out. I've been saying it all wrong for a long time, but this is a 1992 Jackson Dinky Rivers Pro. I thought it was from '94, but I was questioning myself for days, and then like I finally found out how to figure out the serial number, and it's 1992. So, and I got 3 of these exact ones. So,
That's from back in my era.
Awesome.
yeah, I'm an old guy too, so I look
Okay.
young. But
I had a Stratocaster when I was playing.
nice, yeah, those are great. I've got two Stratocasters too, but I don't play them too much. But
Thank you, Tiger.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah. Thanks so much for the super chat. Tiger says, "Hey, Indy, great panel tonight. Thanks for the live." Yeah, thank you for being here, and thank you everybody up on panel too.
I just want to
this is
say, I
great.
love how these guys call themselves old. I've changed diapers on people older.
No. Listen, young man, when I take you for your first drink of alcohol next week, okay?
Right.
honestly, I tell people if they
Nice.
want to know my age, you can Google it because the internet knows how old I am. So I don't tell anyone. You can find out yourself.
And usually in my chat, Tom's the closest one in my age group, so I try to relate the older stuff just because he's the one that's able to relate with me. You know, that's it. We go back and forth that all the time, don't we, Tom?
We know the antique tools, right?
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir. All ways are the good ways, man.
Well, I hope you get a chance, Rick, to come back and look through the chat because there's so many comments here. Everybody, of course, loving you playing, and come back and take a chance to check it out.
I got the chat going, so I've been seeing it. I appreciate every single one of you commenting. That's awesome. I really do appreciate that.
Were you reading music when you played that, or is that by memory?
Yeah, that's all. That song was actually on my album. I had a solo album come out in 2003, and that was one of the standout tracks from the album. So yeah, I've been playing that one for a long time, and it's a fan favorite. So I've been playing it a lot in the last 7 months. So it's all just for memory stuff.
Track, dude. Great track.
Why does that song make me think about Christmas?
Maybe the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. It's very
yeah,
okay.
Very that metal classical.
That's what it was. I was trying to think. That was it. Yeah,
there you go.
For sure.
It was great, man. It really was. I enjoyed the hell out of that.
Thank you, Tom.
I've always
all right. Well, I'm going to go ahead.
A different step. Different.
Oh, sorry. I think that's my end. Sorry, guys. One of those nights. Bran, I just put something backstage if you can pull it up. This is the intro to Zach's channel. And I just wanted us to get a chance to kind of see a little bit more about what he's doing over on his channel. And we'll be playing a little bit from each of your guys' channels up here tonight. Just kind of getting to know you guys a little bit better. So thanks for being here and sharing yourselves with us. And each of you are doing amazing things. And, I'm all about bringing people together, and you guys all have great communities. So I hope people will come sub up your channels and, kind of merge our communities together.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for that to get pulled up, wait, here we go. Maybe it's here right now. Here.
Welcome to Unique Prepping, and my name is Zachary Smouse. Unique Prepping is about preparing for the future in unique ways. No matter what limitations we have, we can always make the most out of what we have around us, and that's how we are going to succeed. In Jeremiah 29:11, it says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." That Bible verse is why I have faith that no matter how difficult the future is, no matter what life you come from, or what the future holds, we as a society will succeed and make the future prosperous. Welcome to my channel, and let's prepare for a bright, exciting future together.
Awesome, Zach. I love how you have such a positive outlook and such a great message for everybody. So I just wanted to kind of go around and ask, and I see your hand up, Zach, 2 seconds, but I want everybody to have a chance to think about it. What made you decide to focus on what you're focusing on your channel? So whatever your focus is on your channel, what made you decide to do that? And Zach, go ahead.
What made me focus on prepping was I started out with a guy named Patriot Duke. We started a podcast called The Patriot Brothers where we discussed events that were happening in the world that affected today's society and how we got to the state we are in. Anyway, long story short, I met a great guy named Dangerous Freedom, God rest his soul, along with Patriot Duke, who loved me to death. Once Dangerous passed away, I went down a path that hurt me. I was around people who didn't have my best interests, so my best friend Ghetto came to me and said that I had a really good potential to show people in actual prepping companies that yes, I might have a unique ability, but that shouldn't stop you from actually preparing for the future. That's how I started getting into prepping, and last year I started growing potatoes. Starting small and growing in prepping is best practice, and I want to grow from there.
Awesome. Yeah. And Zach, I knew Dangerous Freedom really well too. And that's how I first met you. And I just have to say, I know he is so proud of you. He would be so proud of all that you're doing. And, he was really into prepping too. And to see how far you've come, I just know he would be absolutely proud of what you're doing. All right, Bran, I'm going to put the video up.
Together, everybody can trace their roots back to Dangerous Freedom almost. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely miss that guy. And I'm so grateful for having known him and the people that he introduced me to, and just the example he set of, kind of what can be accomplished through YouTube, of bringing people together and really building strong relationships, and also dealing with a lot of the crap. I mean, those of us who've been on YouTube long enough, like there's a lot of drama that happens behind the scenes and sometimes right up front. But one thing that I loved about Ron was that he allowed people to have that space to kind of, hash things out if they needed to, because for some people, this is the only place they have to communicate, is here. So with each other, but we could still be respectful and agree to disagree. So that's something that I know I try to maintain on my channel. And I think that you do too, Zach. And, something I think I learned from him. Okay, so this video is from Zach's channel, and I thought a really great little compilation of some of what he's doing with prepping. It's about 6 minutes long, and go and sit back and take a look.
Welcome to Unique Prepping, and my name is Zachary Smouse. Unique Prepping is about preparing for the future in unique ways. No matter what limitations we have, we can always make the most out of what we have around us, and that's how we are going to succeed. In Jeremiah 29:11, it says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." That Bible verse is why I have faith that no matter how difficult the future is, no matter what life you come from, or what the future holds, we as a society will succeed and make the future prosperous. Welcome to my channel, and let's prepare for a bright, exciting future together. Hello my community, and welcome to another video on Unique Prepping. On today's video, I'm going to be doing a time lapse of the potatoes that my 3 best friends and I started 2 months ago on the 28th. Hope you enjoy, and remember, together, the future will be bright and prosperous.
Awesome. That's so great to see the progress. And I love how you put that all together, Zach. Fantastic.
He did such a great job, didn't he?
Man, I told him
Mm-hmm.
when I started ours at the same time, his grew, mine didn't even sprout. So I was rubbing it out. Man, you're gonna have them potato chips and them French fries, and yeah, he did really good. Super proud of you, bud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I always love seeing the Best Life garden is amazing. Really great. Him and D-Dog, Devil Dog, they have great gardens. It's really inspiring. Yeah, right, Felcro? Isn't that, it's fantastic to see. It's great to see the progress too. Hey, Bumblebee, good to see you, friend. It's been a long time. Welcome to some new faces here in chat. Glad you're here. Yeah, right? I know. It's fantastic. Void says, well, that was gangster. Yeah, that badass prepping happening. All right. Fantastic. Okay. Well, we were talking about kind of what made you decide to focus on what you focus on your channel. You shared a little bit about that infantry, but do you want to share a little more about what first got you into wanting to share all of this on your channel?
Sure, I could do that. It's actually an interesting
And
story.
actually, that kind of. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I lost you there for a second. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say it actually ties into kind of the next question too about, or it could, but who or what inspires you? So if they're one and the same, then go ahead and you can merge those together. But
Sounds good.
yeah, what motivates you and what inspires you?
The way that this channel came to be and the conception of Infantry Outdoors was I worked at a radio station in South Florida, which was a Caribbean radio station, primarily Jamaican. And this was at a time when Naked and Afraid was coming out, and Survivor, and all these different survival shows. And the Jamaicans always used to pick on me because, oh, infantry, how you eat the raccoon? Infantry, how you eat this nasty thing there? And they'd always pick on me because as a hunter, as a outdoorsman, if it wasn't fish, they'd pick on me. They want to get the fish, but they would mess with me for everything else. So one day, a good friend of mine who's here on YouTube as well, he's the motivational doc, Dr. Alan Mendel. He came to me one day and he's like, infantry, with all these skills that from Boy Scouts and just fishing and hunting and all the stuff, why don't you start a TV show? Because I think that would be amazing to see someone who is as knowledgeable as you put on a show, but let people find out that you're disabled in the long run, and it'll make it so much better. So we started talking about the concept of what networks to approach and who to talk to. And he says, well, I got a better idea. If you go to a network, you're going to get an hour. Out of that hour, you're down to 37 minutes of showtime. The rest is commercials and breaks and blah, blah, blah. So in 37 minutes, you got to try to compact everything. Why don't you do YouTube? I've been doing it for years. He goes, if you get to a certain point, they'll even start to pay you. You can get an extra paycheck. If you get big enough, you don't have to do this radio stuff no more. So I started on that journey, and we were able to get monetized. Then monetization was taken away. And then we got monetized again, and then it got taken away again because the whole they upscaled the watch time and all that stuff. And then you had the ad apocalypse. And like I said, I've been doing this about 6 or 7 years now.
Yeah.
But we've been hustling and busting ever
is
since.
frustrating to work with sometimes. So
well,
glad you stuck with it.
The crazy thing of YouTube is after doing radio and TV for so many years and understanding exactly what YouTube is, how it works, it's Dr. Mendel has 2 or 3 million subscribers. He looks back at me, knowing I'm 6 years in, and going, what's going on with your channel? Why do you only have under 2,000 subscribers? What's going on? You're doing everything right. And my answer, and I hate to say it, is YouTube has that shadow ban policy. If you are a certain way or certain type, YouTube doesn't want to promote you. So literally, I'm a little fish in a giant ocean of videos with no backing from the companies. But we're still going anyway. I don't care. That's not my whole point of this. My point is, when I get comments saying, thank you, infantry, this device helped my dad. Thank you, infantry, you got my dad hunting again. That's what makes all of this YouTube worth it, in my opinion. You know?
Yeah, fantastic. I
But
love
that's how
that.
it came to be. That's how it came to be. Somebody was just one day, hey, dude, you know this stuff. You love watching the show. Because they used to tell me, why don't you go on Naked and Afraid? And why don't you do Survivor? And why don't you do this one? Well, who's going to pay the bills while I'm on the show? They don't pay you. So that was always my answer. If somebody wants to pay me for 3 weeks to go on the show, I'll go. But, you know, I got bills to pay, wife, kids, all that stuff. You can't just go off for 21 days, you know? But and that's where we are today. Now I have a brand.
Yeah,
I have a
makes sense
channel.
to me.
No, from music to the outdoors.
Yeah, a lot of people here in chat can relate. You know, a lot of us have gone through different strikes or, you know, seeing channels taken down or seeing them shadow banned. You know, I said I'm just over 1,000 now, but I was losing like just a handful of subs almost every single night for like months, you know.
Yep.
And you know, I know most of my subs, so I've had a lot of people come back and say like, oh, I don't know how I got unsubbed to you, and you know, YouTube's all up to shenanigans all the time.
Yep.
But you know, one of the things that I think is kind of a theme tonight is like overcoming and being inspired and inspiring others. And you know, those of us who are sticking with things, you know, you don't give up too easily. So glad we're, you know, continuing to use this platform, even though there's all these frustrations involved with it.
Well, you know,
Fetters, good to see you. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the super
if
chat.
you do what you love, you never work
Go
a
ahead.
day in your life. So, you know,
Yes.
just do what you love. Don't think about other people and just do what you love.
Yeah, I love that. Yep. Good to see you, JDC. Tails, thanks for being here. And Anti, of course, thank you for being here and for dropping all these links. Appreciate it. Please be subbing everybody up, you guys. That's one way we can just help support each other. And then, you know, also if you will leave a comment, supposedly that helps you stick people that just get randomly taken down from an unsubbed from a channel.
Yeah, no comment. No
Yeah, they really do. Yeah. They'll send you like an email with like just their list of regulations, but not really say what specifically you did. So it can get confusing. It's like, you know. Just trying to work around all the regulations. All right. Well, Infantry, this is the intro or a trailer for your video or for your channel. I just wanted to share that for everybody to take a look at.
I really got to redo that.
Awesome.
That's old. That's old. Where'd you?
Yeah. I went scavenging through. I have the beginning that I know you have a new intro, but it wasn't on their standalone that I could find. But I just wanted people
Would
to
you
get
like
a
me to
little
play it for
taste.
you? I've got it on.
Sure.
cue if
Yeah.
you want. Okay, hold on one second.
Perfect.
Let's see. We want to do Friday live stream. And then we want to go into. All right, you want to put me at full screen and I'll go.
At all the things. Sure, for sure. Wait, are you gonna? So go ahead and if you do the share screen, or are you gonna just play?
Oh, I'm just gonna play it on this screen. You'll get the audio and everything. I have it run through OBS.
You pull it up.
So whenever you're ready,
but we won't be able to see it on your screen.
If you put me
go ahead and do the
big screen, you'll be able to see and hear everything. There you go. Perfect. Here you go.
Okay.
My name is DJ Infantry, and I am legally blind. My passion for the outdoors has taken me to some amazing places, and I have done some incredible things, all with one mission in mind: to inspire you to get outdoors.
Pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh. I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Welcome to Infantry Outdoors.
There you go.
Fantastic. Yeah, I like that one even better.
Yep. That's the new.
That's
That
awesome.
one even needs to be redone. That was like when I left South Florida. I mean, as you see Monster Mike in there and Catch 'em All in there, and that's all from South Florida. I got to make a new one now. We've been up here with the trapping and the hunting and the other stuff that we've been doing. So, but I appreciate that. Thank you for playing that.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just going through your channel, it's incredible how much you're able to get out and do. And, my friends at Unspecified Podcast say, go do and don't worry. And it's just great to see you out there. I think that's inspiring too, to just see people out doing the things,
Yes, ma'am.
fantastic. Yankee,
Yes, ma'am.
thanks for being here. Glad you're home safe and all cozy. It's fantastic. Yeah, exactly. The Net House. YouTube is straight up gangsta. That's right.
YouTube is the straight up nut house.
Yeah. Sherry says her grandson loves watching Infantry's channel with her. Fantastic.
Oh, wait, thank you.
Hey, T3.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Good to see you, G. All right, JDC, I'm going to talk about this real quick. He said, general message to the folks I listen to. For some reason, YouTube blocks my replies to your music. I can use my laptop on a live stream. Coffee time here just before lunch Tuesday. Awesome, JDC. I knew that JDC is one of several people that have been having problems with YouTube. We've talked about this a little bit on my panel, but if you have experienced any weirdness with YouTube, one of the things I've noticed lately is like in the last 3 weeks, it's been about 3 weeks now, almost every day, it'll be like a different number for likes. So one day was 77,000. So every time I hit the like button, I was the 77,000th like for every stream everywhere I went. And one day was 420. But every day is like a different number. So that's just some kind of weird glitch. Some people think that it might be like having to do with hacking we're not being told about, but it seems like there's more and more just weird, random, glitchy things happening on YouTube. So we're kind of just keeping an unofficial track of what's happening here.
I had one Friday on my live stream. I got a copyright claim on a sound effect and then a song, which I take all my stuff from YouTube's creator library. I use the green box that's free to use on everything you can't get in trouble for. So I know all my stuff is good. However, this person that is not from America, I think it was Asian writing, tried to claim that their Asian song was in my live stream. And I presented it to YouTube. I gave them the link. I gave them everything. They're like, well, you could, at this point, because they also failed me the dispute. When I disputed it, I lost the dispute. So I reached out to our people, wonderful people at YouTube, and basically they weren't able to do anything. They're like, if you want, it can be a legal proceeding or you can file an appeal. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just mute it. I don't need it that bad. It's literally 2 seconds of a sound effect that they're trying to say they own, and it doesn't work that way. So YouTube is having some crazy hiccups.
Yeah. So JDC said, my phone works, not my laptop. My IT friend says that Google and Edge has been hacked. Okay. So maybe that explains a little bit of it if you're using, using Edge. But yeah, I don't know. It definitely seems like there's some stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's for sure. All right. Well, Rick, I have a song I wanted to share of yours. I had pulled up from your album. It's The King.
Okay, cool.
Is that
Yeah.
one a good one for? Is that one okay?
Oh yeah.
All right, cool.
Classic.
And then if you wanted to share any more about maybe what inspires your channel or what inspired you to start music, anything along those lines, that'd be great.
Okay. You want me to do that now or after?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you got it. All right. I wanted to also give a shout out to Tails and stuff. She's a friend of mine from the other place that rhymes with Rick Rock, and she's a kind soul. So I'm glad she's here and hope she's doing good. But yeah, as far as the YouTube thing, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Is that Tales Told in the Dark?
Tails and stuff. I think, yeah, there's her name on here. She's new.
Oh,
She
okay,
just joined. Yeah, so she's new to the community.
Oh yeah, I saw
Hopefully
that comment in there. Perfect.
Yeah, she's kind soul, super kind soul. So yeah. But
Mhm.
yeah, as far as my YouTube
Great.
journey, yeah, it's kind of weird. You know, I had a YouTube channel for a long time, but I never really did anything with it. You know, I post random stuff and video games and some guitar stuff and just whatever. Hey there. So yeah, I was like, you know, I didn't do anything with it, and back in, not too many people know my history, but yeah, like from 1999 to 2004. I toured and recorded albums with a singer named Rob Rock, who actually sings on this song you're gonna play, who's very famous in Europe and Asia, and he's American guy, but yeah, not too big in America. You know, only a small percentage. But anyway, so I got the pleasure of touring with him and recording albums with him, and from all that, I networked myself into a record deal with a solo for my solo album, and so I got a lot of notoriety and stuff for that. But there wasn't any YouTube at the time. There wasn't any, or there was, but it wasn't anything was going on, or there was really no Facebook and nothing. So I was kind of like, just, a classic, the guy in the magazine, or something like, because there's a lot of magazines over in Europe that I was in, and in Asia and Japan and stuff. So, but anyway, fast forward, many years later, I kind of quit guitar. I ran out of money from the music business in 2005. So I got a real job and I stopped playing guitar. And then in 2010, I came back and started a band with one of my great friends, and we did that for about 7 years, and that kind of fell apart again. And I was like, I quit guitar again. That was 2018. I quit guitar, and then so 7 months ago, I came back, and inspired by a lot of my friends and stuff like that, and I had nothing. I had no idea what I was doing. I was just like, well, let me just start putting videos up and doing this and trying to go live and all that kind of stuff. I got to the point I just had no idea what I was doing. So I found someone like a kind of a YouTube guru that knows all the ins and outs of YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, stuff like that. And started working with him for a little while. So he kind of gave me some tips and some ideas and what to try. And so I just kept trying everything. And I finally, maybe a couple of months ago, I finally found a thing I could do. I was posting 2 shorts per day, trying go do the YouTube Shorts route, and just finding the right way for the best time to post it, the best titles to make, the best hashtags, and the description, all that kind of stuff, and just kept going and going and going, and then was growing, slowly, but then out of nowhere, I had one of the shorts hit, the big time, so I got maybe almost 300,000 views on it.
Awesome.
So I was like, whoa, and that's where everything
right.
kind of blew up. And I really, I didn't expect anything, and crazily enough on TikTok, yeah, I've gotten close to 16,000 followers there, and I have a video that almost hit 400,000. And the most insane thing happened a couple weeks ago. I just posted a random video on Instagram just for my Facebook friends, just kind of push it over there. It hit 1.8 million views, and I went from like 0 to over 10,000
wow.
on there. So it's like, oh, okay, what do I do now? I'm like, oh my gosh, I never expected anything to happen. It was really, and ultimately, I'm just here for fun. I'm just having fun. I was so super unmotivated to play guitar for the longest time. And then I was like, as I got motivated. I had some time. My job wasn't so busy. I had carved out a little time during the nighttime, and I was like, what, just play guitar. It's just for fun. I'm having fun. And I think that's all I'm doing. A lot of people think I'm like some super serious dude trying to be something again. I mean, hey, it's maybe one more shot at glory for me. But otherwise, I'm just having fun, and that's the best
Right.
feeling.
And if you're enjoying it along the way, yeah. And and you're bringing joy to other people. I mean, I love listening to you play. I know there are obviously, it's growing. There's a lot of other people there. I see a lot of the same people in the chats now, there you're building up a little bit of a core group there, kind of hanging out and listening together, and it's great.
Yeah, it's great, and just like infantry
Hopefully
was
some
saying,
more
you
after
know,
tonight.
yeah, and just to like kind of echo what infantry was saying, you know, people come to his channel watching his videos and they're inspired to do things, you know, and a lot of people come to my videos and they say, hey, you know, hey man, you inspired me to play guitar. And
Mhm.
even I had a video, gosh, it's almost maybe 17 years ago, that was like, I think I has like over close to half, maybe 370,000 views or something like that. And people from watch that video like 15, 20 years ago come to my channel now and be like, hey man, you inspired me to start playing guitar. And so yeah, so that means everything to me, you know, that if I could help somebody, you know, even if it's just one person,
Yeah.
you know, that means a lot to me. And I'm happy to be there for anyone or everyone. You know, but again, you know, in the end, it just all comes down to me enjoying what I do. For the first time in my career, I'm really just kind of free.
Mhm.
You know, I don't have to deal with a band
That's
or a
fantastic.
producer or somebody, you know, a management company. It's just me, you know, and I don't have to worry about anybody but myself. And
Yeah.
that's where it all comes down to. Just be free and do what
Right.
you want. And you know, if something comes of it, great. You know, that's awesome. If it
Yeah.
doesn't, oh well. You know, you're still having fun.
Yeah. Well, I love right, exactly. I love that you have that, you know, that kind of mindset of, you know, if it happens, great, but if not, you're still enjoying what you're doing, and you know, like you said, you know, you're bringing joy to other people and inspiring other people too. And even if it's just one person, but I know it's a lot more than that. So it's great. Hey,
Just a
Mr.
few.
Smith, thanks for coming up. Thanks for being here.
Mr. Smith.
Oh, we cannot hear you, Mr. Smith.
Good to see you,
You're
sir.
not muted on my end. It might be on your end. Nope, no sound. Yep.
It's
Yeah.
weird. I can
Actually,
hear
what
him,
I'm
but
going to go ahead and do.
that was
Oh,
weird
you can
because on
hear
my
him?
side, I could very faintly hear him, not like he was online with us, but maybe he was bleeding over somebody's system. It was weird. That was really odd.
I couldn't hear him at all.
You couldn't hear him at all. I could
Yeah, I don't
could
know.
barely hear him. It
Well, while
sounded
he's getting that sorted,
you know, he was really low and muffled.
let's go ahead and pull up this song. Yeah, I'll get it sorted. He's good at that stuff. But Mr. Smith, we still can't hear you if you're trying to talk. Rick, do you want to tell us anything about this song?
Yeah, this is the King. Yeah, this is obviously a song from my solo album from 2003, which in all actuality, I'm going to be re-releasing this album and remastered, hopefully in the next couple, maybe next 2 or 3 months here. But this song in particular was written by myself, the music, and then Rob Rock, the singer, he wrote all the lyrics. It's just it's kind of Bible based, you know, not too overly Bible based, but there is a little bit of that going on in there. So yeah,
Okay.
it's a cool song, rock and rhythm,
Yeah, I really like
cool solo, all that stuff. So yeah, I hope y'all like it.
All right, thanks. Go for it, Bran.
It's funny seeing that old picture.
Very
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Very
Thank
good.
you. Thank
That's
you.
awesome.
Yeah.
Love it.
Thank you. Yeah. So
All
I saw a
right.
bunch of questions and comments in the real quick, but yeah, I want to say JDC, man, thank you so much. I wish you all the best on that project you're doing. But yeah, it's from that album's from 2003. But I'm an '80s kid, person. I grew up in the '80s and listened to all that Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, and Dio, Doc, and you name it. It was one of my favorites. Yeah, there's that comment from JDC, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, so it sounds very '80s. Yeah, I was super influenced by the that genre of music. The '80s British heavy metal style and Euro metal. So yeah, it's cool.
Sounded fantastic.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Made Lady Campion think of something else that she connected it to. Fantastic. Yeah. Sounded all right. Professional. The King Rick.
Yeah, what's up, Ozark? How's it
Awesome.
going, man?
Rick, you're more of the reason why I wish I could find a way to play more better music on YouTube. I mean, I know that didn't come out right, but you know what I mean. I wish I could play real music on YouTube and be all right to do that. Because man, I would love to play that stuff on a Friday night. Oh,
Luckily, that album right there is not copyright claimable. There's no one. I'm the owner of it at this point. After all these years, I finally gained the rights back to it, which is funny because I have 2 other albums that I've done that are handled by The Orchard in New York. And if I play one of my songs that I wrote, I'll get a claim, not a strike, but a claim.
You'll get a claim. Yep.
So it's like, okay, well, I wrote that song, but okay, whatever. I've given up worrying. It was just even funnier because there was one night I did a stream and I played an Yngwie Malmsteen song called "Far Beyond the Sun," which is probably one of his most famous songs. I got no claim at all, 0, nothing. And then I put it in a video. I had a couple like 2 weeks ago when I had like kind of a pre-recorded live stream. I played it in there. Actually, the Thanksgiving thing I did, I put it in there and got claimed. I was like, okay, whatever, YouTube. I don't know.
Too funny. Yeah, you just never know. Hey, JM, thanks for being here. Good to see you.
I work for the record companies.
Mr. Smith, I haven't heard you yet. Can we still hear you? I just want to check and make sure his sound is
Hey,
yep,
there's
there we go.
mate.
5 by 5 now.
Perfect.
I had a routing issue on the big desk over there and forgot to press a button basically.
Yeah, it's all them funny, nice toys you got over there. That's what I was pointing
Glad
out
you
to
got
you.
it figured out.
Exactly. There's too many knobs and switches and buttons. You know what it's
too
like,
many
infantry.
bulbs and bits to mess with,
Good to see you, brother, as well.
You too, man.
Good to see you, Zach. And Tom.
Yeah.
Pleasure. And nice to meet you, Rick, as well.
Yeah, Mr. Smith was up playing. Yeah, Mr. Smith was up playing on Zach and Infantry's stream the other day. It was awesome to see. It was really cool. And I loved hearing Infantry. I loved hearing you and Mr. Smith talk shop of your equipment and everything that I know nothing about.
I'm a big geek when it comes to that. That's where the engineering, before this, I was a radio and TV broadcasting engineer. I would remote broadcast from parking lots, shopping malls, wherever the radio or TV needed to broadcast from. So I was literally the guy, the geek in the van and hooking up all the stuff. And when I was watching him, I wasn't watching him. I'm back there going, oh, he's got a Mackie board. He's got a processor underneath there. And I was geeking out, man, to be honest. I really was. I would have all that too. Like I have the full DJ setup. I have a concert in my closet right here in this office that rarely comes out. But there's no point when I can't play any music. That's the bad part of YouTube,
Right.
At least for me. You guys can play
So
original.
maybe you're somebody I can reach out to. I'm going to try to learn OBS, I think, here sometime soon, just to have better sound quality, since I'm having all these amazing musicians up here. And I know StreamYard's not the top of the line for the sound. So I might be reaching out to some of you for some help learning this, the ropes of OBS.
OBS is really good. It is really good to use. Yeah, it's great.
So simple. Look, if a blind guy like me can use it, you can do it hands down with no problem. And I'm being real about that.
Well, I think I might be reaching out, like I said.
I tell anybody that I teach anything, even back in radio, if I'm blind and I can do it, you can do it. So don't be afraid. That's the easiest way to think about it.
Yeah, awesome.
Hi to JDC in the chat. I just saw hi, Mr. Smith. Hello.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith, are you
Yeah, I don't
using
know if you
OBS?
saw his comment, but he's having a hard time commenting on videos.
Mr. Smith, are you on
Go
OBS?
ahead, Infantry.
now?
Sorry.
Yeah, I do OBS when I do run my own streams, but I'm just coming straight out into StreamYards on the browser at the minute.
Oh, okay.
But I have to, when I come out into StreamYards, I have to run an outboard delay of 300 milliseconds to match the cameras as well, because there's a bit of a delay with StreamYards. So I delay the sound by, 294 milliseconds.
I think
match
that's
the
all of
camera.
them. StreamYards, Restream, and Stream. What's the other one? There's 3 of them. They're all the same program. I don't know if you guys know that. It's all the same software with just different policies and plans in place. That's the only difference. But
Got you.
yeah, because even like Restream, I think we got a 15-second delay between viewer
Thanks for being here.
and
That was hard.
so.
Good to see you,
Yeah,
Jade.
that's just from
being
my
here.
audio side. I have to delay my audio to
Going
match the
in.
camera
Always,
because
Sharon.
StreamYards takes a while on the camera.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, Mr. Smith, about like what in
We lost you
you're
there,
going
host.
robot. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We completely lost you after you said Mr. Smith.
That happens.
It does. It happens
yeah,
every
Mr.
time,
Smith.
doesn't it, Indy?
Yeah, it really does. Like it don't.
It's
I don't
that-
know.
You gotta be on country internet, huh? Indy, be honest. You on that country internet like me?
No, I'm in the city, but I'm on basement internet.
Oh,
So yep.
might as well be country internet at that point.
Right. Yeah, we call it shitternet too.
There you go. That's
but
a
yeah.
good name.
Mr. Smith, we've been talking about what kind of inspires each of us up here. So if you want to share anything about what's inspired you with music or who inspires you to keep going or to do your channel, anything along those lines you'd like to share.
Okay. Yeah, music. I've been standing on the shoulders of giants all my life since I was 4 years old. Just old enough to stand up properly and understand music. I've been gripped by it. And I've been inspired by everybody from Shirley Bassey, Frank Sinatra, from my mum and dad playing it, all the way through to modern metal last week. So it's always been a case of standing on the shoulders of giants with that. I've been inspired all the way by different people to do things. But being honest with you, in the last few years, since the world went mad in 2020, I've been just taken along and carried along and lifted up by the music community on YouTube that I've found just beautiful, like-minded people who came together under the worst circumstances. And we've found something amazing together, to be honest. It's really supportive. There's a lot of moral support. There's a lot of spiritual support from it for me. And then the whole mental support that goes with it is just off the chain, to be honest. If it wasn't for this YouTube community, I would have probably, I don't know what I would have done, but I probably wouldn't have been doing music, to be honest. I probably would have thrown the towel in at that point, I think. So this community's kept me going.
Well, I'm so glad you've continued with it. And I just put something back there, Bran, if you can pull it up, a video from Mr. Smith. But I wanted you, it's for your Only Flams. I thought we'd play that. But I wanted you to maybe tell us a little bit about what you're going to be doing with that show. Only Flams.
I'm sorry. I misheard that one completely. I was about to say, Mr. Smith, it's a joke with Zach.
Yeah, well, it's intentionally done.
Yeah, so a flam, for anybody who doesn't know, a flam is a double hit on a drum like this. So I'll do your single hit and then a flam. So the double hit is called a flam. Now the Only Flams is a play on words. And the stream is basically just going to be me doing my own music and showing people around some of the ways that I play a drum track to a song, basically. So it's like an expose of stuff. So it's a bit of a play on words, if you like.
It played out
a little bit.
I thought you said Only Fans. I was about to say, what is she putting on the
Yeah. Yeah, well, wait till you see this video. You're on the same wavelength as Mr. Smith, that's for sure. All right, here we go. Cracking me up, Mr. Smith.
I couldn't resist, Indy. I really couldn't resist.
I love it. It's too funny.
That was almost too hot for YouTube. Oh my God.
Right? That'll be my strike. We were just talking about YouTube shenanigans. It'll be for something ridiculous like that. The Net House says, "Boom, chicka, wow, wow."
Yeah, I saw that in the comments.
Right?
It's a shame you can't see
funny.
the big moustache that I've got for it, you know.
A mustache. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I've been warned about that.
All he can say is 80s porn stash.
Exactly.
Right?
I look like Burt Reynolds under this, honestly.
Oh, no.
Right? JDC says, "Do you ever use a brush?"
Do I ever use
I think I've
brushes?
heard
Not very often, but I do have something called hot rods that I sometimes use. They're kind of little bundled sticks. They're in between sticks and brushes. Brushes are more for jazz work, and I don't really do jazz work, to be honest. I'm not good enough to be a jazz player.
The Nut House says, "If Mr. Smith kit the snare on fire, it would be a flamboy." A flambe? Flambe. Oh, there we go. Got it.
Flambe. I've seen Jade. That was pure filth.
Mr.
Jade,
Smith,
Right?
Jade. Just for you, Jade.
Kid loves it. Yeah.
Mr. Smith, do you read music or do you just play by feel?
Technically, yeah, I can read music. I studied it, but to be honest, I don't use it. It's something that I've not needed for years, infantry, to be honest, because music mostly is about feel. Mm-hmm. It's a great way of communicating to somebody if you don't know, if you know, a sort of quick way of doing something. But when I'm working by myself, I don't use it. There's no need.
Gotcha.
Jade says vile.
You love it, Jade. What do you mean vile? You
Right.
love it.
Well, Mr. Smith, would you like to go ahead and play something for us?
It'd be better than making weird sexual innuendo comedy jokes on the stream, wouldn't it?
Oh, tomato,
Well, if you want to
tomato.
get back and I can start in on what we
Yeah,
did,
you know.
and it'll run in a whole different direction.
A little from column A, a little from column B.
Yeah, I've lined up 3 tracks if you want. They're 3 tracks of mine that I've lined up for tonight for you.
Okay.
And the first one, I think I might have played this on the interwebs. I'm not really sure. I can't remember. I might have done. This might be new. Don't know. You tell me. Maybe I played it on a stream last year, possibly, but it's not finished. But it will be soon. And it's a song called "Never Get Used To."
Okay.
For all the times I've left you and I never had to go, all the times I said nothing, didn't let my feelings show. This is just to say I'm sorry. For all the days I saw you and I never showed my face, the times I left without a word and a look upon your face. This is just to say I'm sorry.
Sometimes life gets in the way, thousand things to keep us apart. There was just this one thing that I'll never get used to.
Watching you go, watching you go. I'll never get used to watching you go, watching you go. But sometimes it has to be like that. For all the times I've left you and I never had to go. All the times I said nothing, didn't let my feelings show. This is just to say I'm sorry. For all the days I saw you and I never showed my face. The times I left without a word and the look upon your face. This is just to say I'm sorry.
Sometimes life gets in the way, thousand things to keep us apart. There was just this one thing that I'll never get used to.
Watching you go, watching you go. I'll never get used to watching you go, watching you go. But sometimes it has to be like that. Watching you go, watching you go. I'll never get used to watching you go, watching you go. Sometimes it has to be like.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Smith. That was great.
Yes, sir.
Nice one.
I haven't heard that one in a while. It was great to hear. Hey, handsome
one.
Ronnie, thanks for being here. Lots of great comments
Really
from the
enjoyed
chat.
that, man.
I want to
Thank
make
you,
sure
sir.
you saw. The Nut House says, I don't always listen to drums, but when I do, I prefer them with sexual innuendo. Stay thirsty, my friend.
Absolutely, you've got to hit it hard, you know.
There you go.
Get it till you break it. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I've said to a few people that they might want to try my rhythm method, but you know.
I have a feeling we'll be hearing a lot more of the sexual innuendo on the Only Flams.
Yeah, I'm saying nothing.
And I gotta be quiet.
There's-
You got a drummer and a DJ together. We'll get in trouble tonight if we ain't careful.
Yeah, I reckon so. Infantry.
Hey, Supplanter. Good to see you.
Hey, Mr. Smith, if
Supplanter
you ever
says-
play any of your music on a Friday night, if like you know how I can help promote or whatever, or any of artists, I always tell them the same thing. As long as I don't get in trouble on YouTube, I'm happy, and I'm always looking for music to play on Friday nights. So
Brilliant.
Just
Okay,
putting
yeah,
it out
brilliant. There's no copyright issues on any of my music on my channel anyway.
you're happy to send anything you want over to me. I will be happy to play video, audio, because you know it's a live stream. So I use it for breaks as a DJ. I mean, think of the old radio days. If I gotta go pee, I gotta play a song. I gotta do something.
Yeah.
I play what's in YouTube, and YouTube ain't very good. I hate to say that,
Okay.
but they're getting better. But I'd rather play you. I'd rather play Ron over here. I'd rather play everybody, and promote them. It just makes better
Right,
sense.
brilliant. All
Yeah.
right, I can definitely send you stuff from myself, but I can also send you a lot of other stuff as well.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Love
That'd
that.
be great.
Love when people are connecting together and doing stuff together. Fantastic. Supplanter asked Mr. Smith, who is your favorite drummer?
Neil Peart, without a shadow of a doubt.
There you
So
go. That's the first guess.
technically, Neil Peart taught me to play, if you like. So learning to play drums is really difficult. You're basically the child from hell or the neighbor from hell. nobody wants to live next to a drummer, and nobody wants to facilitate a drummer learning because you sound like you're building a shed. It's really not cool when you're learning.
My son
And-
in an upstairs bedroom. Say no
Oh,
more.
it's the,
And my
it's the
son,
worst,
like I
isn't
told
it?
you, my 7-year-old son saw you last week and goes, "Wow, Dad, can I meet him?"
Oh,
He went
bless
in the
him.
room and got on his drum set. He watched you in your room and got on his digital drum set. And I was like,
Wow,
"Boy."
bless him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, so
That's
when I was in my mid-teens, the priest at my school, who was the chaplain to the school, he kind of took me under his wing, and what he did was he gave me the keys to his church every night of the week. So 4 or 5 nights a week, I used to take my drum kit into an empty church, and I was able to play for a couple of hours. I used to take my drum kit and my Neil Peart CDs, my Rush albums, and I chased Neil Peart for 2 years. I never caught him, but at the end of the 2 years, I came out and I can play. So I'll always be eternally grateful for Neil for technically teaching me to play.
So
That's
your music-
awesome.
Your music's been touched by the hand of God. That's what it is.
Great
If it
story,
was
man.
honestly, infantry, if it wasn't for the church and if it wasn't for God, I wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't have been granted the opportunities that I've had all the way through. Really, I mean, initially, when what happened was, to get through my exams, I needed to either sing or play an instrument, and I decided to play an instrument because I'd lost a bit of confidence in my voice at the time. So I decided to play an instrument to get through my exams, and I taught myself to play bass. But I taught myself in the church music group. So I just kind of joined in and did it that way in the church music group and figured it out as I went with a bit of help from the music teacher. And then the drums, like I say, were done in the church with the help of the priest as well. So, you know, bless the Father, isn't it? If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have this.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Good to see you, Joe. Thanks for being here. Handsome Ronnie. Mike, good to see you guys. Neil. All right. Well, do you want to do maybe one more, Mr. Smith, and then I know Rick isn't able to stay much longer, and I wanted him to get to play one more time too. So,
No problem.
if that's
Yeah.
okay, that'd be great.
Okay. Let's see, which one should I do? Okay, we'll do this one. I'll do a collaboration that I did with Deedsville Music. I've not played this for a long time. So let's see if I can remember this as well, eh? Let's see how this goes. So this is a collaboration that I did with Deedsville Music or Deedsville Entertainment. I can't remember which one it is. And this is a track that he sent me the track to, and I wrote the lyrics and the tune, and we kind of put it together between us. And this is a track called Never Too Late.
All right.
Round and round we go, where the loop stops, no one seems to know all the things we do, but we don't want to.
Fantastic. Love it. Yeah, I haven't heard that one in a long time. I like that one a lot.
I remembered it. Yay!
Lady Campion guessed that you would remember.
Thank you, Lady Campion. Bless you.
Yeah.
I wasn't so sure.
Yep. Wonderful. All right. Well, I don't know if you can stick around, Mr. Smith, for one more after Rick is done, or if you got to
Yeah,
go.
of course. No, I'm good.
Okay, cool. All right, perfect. Thanks. Okay, Rick, do you want to tell us anything about this next song?
Yeah, this is a new song I wrote. Maybe about the date says 08/26/23, so probably in August. I wrote it in August, and it's slowly becoming. It's been becoming a fan favorite. People really enjoy this one because it's kind of mid-tempo and it's got a lot of melody and some crazy guitar solos, of course. But we had a couple of contests here and there, but we finally nailed down the title. It's called Tears of Time. So
Oh, okay.
it,
Love the title.
yeah, kind of like there's like a kind of a clock ticking vibe going on in the chorus song. So that's where we come with the time part. But so we'll see. But yeah, hopefully you enjoy this one, and we'll go rock it on here. Let's see.
All right, fantastic.
All right, here we go.
That was
Thanks.
awesome, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate
Hey,
it.
Oh,
can I
yes.
ask you a question, Rick?
Fantastic.
Rick, you say you stepped away from the guitar for a while, and I can't help wondering, what did that do for your, I don't want to say talent level, but your psyche? Did you have any catching up to do, or were you better, or how do you feel about that time off?
That's a great question, man. Yeah, as I said, I just became unmotivated to play. It's like I was like, what's the point? What am I doing? This is doing nothing for me, and it became super unmotivated. But and I've done this before. This is the second time I've taken like 5 years off, and it's really like a cleansing. I think it's been like a cleansing, because like it kind of wiped away a lot of like bad habits
Creativity.
and things like that, and then I
Mhm.
just kind of come back, and I think differently. I have a different way of thinking about playing guitar, and this time, and it took a good month or two for me to get the rust off. There was a lot of rust. I mean, I could barely play like I'm playing now. So I had to kind of go back to how I was a kid when I was a kid and just practice like hours and hours and hours to get everything back. Because in my head, I could play it. I was like, but I'd pick up the guitar and be like, I'm not
You
playing it.
lost the muscle memory.
This is horrible. Yeah, this is terrible. So,
Right.
it took a couple months to get the rust off, and then I was just kind of, I came up with a new idea. Like I've got a lot of songs that I do that are like all perfect. As far as everything's set. The melodies are set, the guitar solos are set, thing like that. But I started writing a lot more songs, and just started improvising, not
Mhm.
thinking of anything, not trying to write something or do anything. So now I'd say 80% of my songs are I just improvise. And this one, unfortunately, I've played it so many times that I started kind of having some things, but the guitar solo itself is fully improvised. So it's kind of cool that every time I play it and people listen to it, it's something different. It's not always the same thing every time. So yeah, it's kind of how I've been doing things since I started back playing, and it's kind of helped me a lot as well, because like now I can just kind of, like I said, I'm free. I don't have to worry about anything else, and now I can just kind of play whatever I want, as long as I know what key it's in, if I remember it, because I seem to forget that a lot. But otherwise, yeah.
Supplanter says that is encouraging. One of these days, I promise I'm going to scrape the rust off. So look, you're inspiring people right here. Love
There
it.
you go. Yeah, you gotta get the Rust-Oleum out and spray it down.
That's the hardest part
Yeah.
is getting the rust off. It's wanting to get it off.
Yeah.
WD-40.
Exactly. But it's been fun, and it was fun. And I've got a lot of my old videos, pretty much all of my old videos. I actually took a few down, the really early ones. But you could, if you watch the old stuff compared to the new stuff, you're like, wow, there's a complete difference. But yeah, it's all practicing. And I've been live streaming. I usually live stream almost every night, somewhere. If it's on YouTube, it's on the other places or whatever. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like my practice. It's kind of how I practice. Just do live streams and just run through my songs and then of course entertaining other people. So that's kind of cool. So it's kind of a win-win
Yeah.
situation.
Well, Scars and Shadows, another amazing musician in our community here, says, "Play more. You're amazing." Are you up for one more maybe before you go?
I mean, if you got time, I got plenty of songs. Yeah, we can.
Hey, I'm
We got
retired. I got all night, man.
Oh,
Keep going. Keep
I
going.
wish I was retired. I want to be retired, but it's going to be another good 10 years or so. But we'll get there. All right. Well, we did kind of mid tempo there. We'll do a fast one here. Oops, that's the wrong one. This was actually the title track to my solo album from 2003. It's called "Until the Bitter End." Super neoclassical or super classical style, metal style. So it's a speedy one, not too fast, but hope you should enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. So here we go. We'll go and rock this one. Actually, why's my volume so low? I'm gonna turn my volume up just a tiny bit. So I could barely hear that when I was playing. It's kind of weird. But anyway, here we go. Okay, technical failure. I didn't know I was going to play another one, so I muted myself on my guitar. So let's try that again. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, man.
That's what y'all made me.
Damn.
I can listen to that, man. That's
Right?
great.
I know. That's what I
Damn.
mean. You just listen forever. It sounds amazing.
I feel like I'm back on stage in Miami at a big concert, and Mr. Smith and this guy are over here just blowing up the whole scene like nothing. Only thing you're missing out is 10,000 people going,
Right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of my stuff, a lot of my songs I write, I have an orchestra in mind. So I love. It's one of my dreams is to
I
have
love
like
that.
a band and an orchestra of some sort, and playing this stuff live. That would be my ultimate dream if it could ever come to
I got a
fruition or whatever.
question. I don't know if it would work because of delay and everything. Mr. Smith, is there any way you two could jam together right now?
You can't do it live on StreamYard, sadly, Infantry. It gets
Yeah.
way out of sync.
There's a slight latency. Yeah, I tried
Yeah,
it.
that's
You
what
know,
I figured.
yeah,
See, we got to
would.
find a way. You, Mr. Smith, you don't have a Marty Matrix, do you? In your studio?
No.
See, if we
No.
had that, we could do that. Listen, man, I'm telling you, I'm all about the technological stuff. I could figure out how to do it. We just don't have the pieces of equipment.
Well,
That's
I
the
think
thing.
that there is one way to do it. So, for example, if we went in the back room now in Indy's stream,
Uh-huh.
and then Indy could share that screen to somebody else and they streamed that out, then we would be in sync,
In sync.
if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, it does.
Yes.
Holy cow.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's a whole big mission.
it is, but it's possible.
It
It is
is
possible.
Can be
Well, we
done.
should do that sometime as an experiment and just see if we can get it to work.
What if
I
we
think
Hell
for
did
that.
yeah.
What if we
Fix
did it
redneck.
straight on a for example, let's say I hooked y'all through OBS Ninja and went through OBS instead of StreamYards.
The problem
Then you-
is, because it's coming from different servers around the world, the delay isn't there.
Yep.
So you've got to be in the same back room together.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then stream that out. It's all. I think we figured it out with. We did a conspiracy stream once, and myself and Dom and Chris Lane Senior were in the back room, and we were in sync. We were doing a jam, and that's where we figured out that you could do it.
Okay.
So if we could do that, get the back room, and then get a screen share of that back room on somebody else's channel, then it'd look like we were
wow.
gigging together.
Wow. Okay.
To try
It's
that
got to
one
be worth a
time.
go, wasn't it?
See, the days of syndication are harder than you think, man. Back in the day, it was just okay. Send it to 5 different channels at one time, and no. It don't
No.
work. No. Now you
No.
got latency between here and UK, South Carolina,
Yeah.
North Carolina. Everybody's
we come
rate is
we come
different.
through Ireland. I think YouTube UK actually comes through Ireland servers. It's totally different to you.
Mhm. Yeah, and your ping speed would be different as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Be something to try in the future. I'm down. You know, you never know.
I was actually thinking, how can we have a New Year's concert with all this YouTube talent?
That would be cool.
Well, there is
Plenty of time to set it up.
there's a
Yes.
thing that you can buy though. There's an actual separate box thing that you can buy, but you all need it. I can't remember what it's called. Conspiracy knows what it's called. I forgot to look at it, but there is a device that you can get that sorts it all out and puts you in time.
I know there's the Comrex Bricklink is what I used in the radio, and what
Right,
that
okay.
does is it either gives you the option of phone line, which is POTS technology, and or wireless. You'd be on your own server directly to point A to point B. So you're talking about milliseconds of delay, if there is even any. Because at this point now you are, like you said, you're in your own private back room, so to speak, on a private Wi-Fi network. And that's how we used
Got
to do
ya.
radio. So if I said back to you in the studios, it was instant. It wasn't no 4 seconds later. You go, okay, thanks, infantry, like you see in
Got
the
ya.
news. You know.
Yeah, got you.
Well,
options.
Avoid has an easier solution. He says y'all should come to Texas so we can have a show here, and he won't have to drive far.
Hey, and if it's live,
There you
I
go.
can actually, if it's live, I can play because then I don't have to worry about copyrighted music.
Good to see you, Dennis. Thanks for being
I'll send you my
Yeah.
airplane bill. and Void.
right. Very practical.
I'll start packing my suitcase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he already has a way to get here. He's making a raft out of broken drumsticks. So that
Exactly.
solution's already there for that one.
Wrapped out of broken drumsticks.
Right?
But yeah,
How
I'm
many
gonna-
have you broken in the last 6 months?
Oh, honestly,
Good night,
infantry.
Greg. Thanks for being here.
I get through a lot of sticks. I do get through a lot of sticks, especially in the last few months because I've been practicing for an Ed B metal track. It's a thrash track at 180 BPM, and I've been practicing like a lunatic to get it done. And I've just been going through sticks at a rate of knots. I get through 10, 12 sets a month at the moment.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it's hectic.
Now, Rick, do you play with a pick?
Yeah.
You do? How many picks do you go through in 6 months?
I have the same 4 picks sitting on my desk here since I started. So
Wow.
they don't, yeah. They're like really heavy picks, you know, like they're a 1.5 millimeter Dunlop Delrin 500 picks.
Oh,
I've got a couple of bags of them behind me, but these same 4 picks have been sitting on this table since I started.
The way you go nuts, I figure you would have said at least 3 or 4.
Right? No. It's strings, and I'm lazy with my strings too. So you know, these strings are probably need to be changed like a month ago, and I'm still like, I'll wait till the string breaks. You know, I'm not gonna do anything.
What strings would you recommend for? I mean, obviously you're not in the new phases. You've got your calluses laced and everything. So, if you were a new person, what kind of strings would you recommend for? Like, say you said you took a break and you came back, so your calluses were soft again, right? What did you start?
They were smooth, yeah, smooth. There was no callus. It was all completely smooth.
Did you jump back on the original strings, or did you work?
I sure did. Yeah.
Did you?
I went back. Yeah, no doubt.
Them poor fingers.
It hurt. It was a couple of months of pain, and
you can't feel the ends of them after a little while. Like it's just numb to it.
Yeah, skin's just ripping off, man.
Yeah.
Like Band-Aids with Neosporin. I'm like, oh, yeah, it was a tough couple of months, but there's a couple of times. Yeah, I did a solo for a guitar player named Sophie Burrell. She had a duet challenge, and I was doing all these bends that I probably did like 20 takes of this song. By the end of it, my finger was so shredded. I was like, and if you watch the video, you can practically see me in pain because I'm like wincing all over the place.
It hurts.
Trying to make it look cool, you know, on top of it. So
it hurts until you put that leather on your fingers, man. It hurts.
Yeah, but I'm good. I'm good to go now. I'm back 100% now. We're good. Yeah.
That's wicked,
Awesome.
man. That's weird. I kind of feel like I'm in the wrong place. Like tonight, I'm over here talking about music instead of outdoors and stuff like that. But that's what I grew up. I started playing when I was 3. I read, write, I compose. I can play 14 instruments, and that's all before I ever walked into the world of DJing and producing. So I mean, I've been in music my whole life. And for you guys to sit here and do this is like, man, I'm out of my element. I miss it.
You're getting inspired too. I love it. Dak, I want to give you a chance to type up an answer, but two things. One, have you ever considered playing an instrument or ever tried? Or I didn't know if you did or not. No? Okay.
Hey,
so if you could play an instrument, what would it be? And then also, I wanted to, in a little bit, I'm going to pull up a video of Josh Blue, who's a comedian that Zach introduced me to. And so I didn't know if you had anything you wanted to say about Josh Blue or any clips that you had that you wanted to pull up, Zach, but I wanted to give you an opportunity for that. So we'll come back to you in a minute here.
We give Wild Child a drumstick and just let him go to town. That's what we do.
Right,
Zach?
I know.
See, Zach's got it. We just give Wild Child a drumstick, Mr. Smith, and let him go. You'll have a whole new album. And we can call it Wild Child. There you go. See, I just made his new album.
Wild Child. I like that. I heard you say that before.
Hey, Indy, before you go, I definitely gotta head out now, and I want to thank you so much for having me here. It's been awesome. So glad you invited me. Zach, Infantry, Mr. Smith, Tom, you guys
Rick,
are awesome.
Thank you,
thank
man.
you so much.
I enjoyed the hell out of that.
And
Thank
Rick,
you.
you can send me music, brother. Please, God, send me music so I can play better stuff than what I'm playing. Please. As long as YouTube ain't gonna come after me, I'll be happy to play it and promote you each and every Friday night on my live streams.
Absolutely, but I will go on. I'll find all your channels and subscribe and everything, and I'll send you a message and all that. And
awesome.
Yeah, and if anyone's interested, I do live stream here on YouTube Saturday nights at 9. Thanks to Anti, he put that in the chat earlier. So it was a chill chat. You know, it's a chill time. I just play songs and we chat and we have good times. So if you're more than interested, or more than happy to have you, and if you're interested in hanging out,
is that 9 Eastern?
You'll see some familiar faces there in chat too.
Yeah. So
I'm definitely be linking with you there, buddy.
So please know, if you ever want to come back up and jam, we'd love to have you back up here again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a great time. I love hanging out with this community. I'm so glad that Clay found me initially and introduced me to everybody. And there's so much amazing talent and inspirational people on top of it in this community. It's great to see, and it's one thing I love. Collaboration and talking with other people and sharing each other's music and ideas and stuff like that. That's what YouTube should be for. Is just that type of
Absolutely.
cool thing. So it's really cool to be here, and I'll be definitely back soon. You just let me know next time a big
Wonderful.
one like this, and we'll hang out and do it up. So
Fantastic. All right. Thanks again, Rick. Have a good night.
yes, thank you. Thanks everyone in the chat. Appreciate all the kind comments. I hope
Thanks,
you have a
Rick.
great rest of your night and a wonderful chill week. All right.
Take
Cheers,
care,
bud. See you later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Take care, Rick. Okay, Mr. Smith, did you have another you want to do before? I don't know if you got to go or if you're hanging out, but either way, you want to
Yeah.
play one more?
I'll do one more if that's all right, because it's probably, what time is it? I've got a watch on. Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's nearly 5 a.m. for me.
It's
I was about to
early,
say it's about
man.
5
Get
a.m. for
into
you
it.
again, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, let's play a last one before I go to sleep. Okay.
Okay.
I'll do a collab that we did. It's myself, Frank Terzo, Gary Hubbs, and Hetriani, and we call the
Yeah.
band Ninth Gate, and this is a track called Predictable.
Boy, you make that look so easy. I could probably do that.
Yeah, I reckon you
Close my
could.
good
No,
eye.
no problem.
That was
Give me 10
great.
minutes, Tom, and you can do it. No problem. Give me
That
10
was
minutes with you.
Look, I can go like
great,
this, Mr.
man.
Smith. Here you go. Close the good eye and just hop.
I bet you, Tom, you could whittle your own sticks as well first, couldn't you?
Probably
You
could.
probably could. That's right.
Back in Tom's
Kill
day,
the
they
deer
only
and
had
make the
3
drum
drums.
skins. Yeah. All right, man. Thank you. That was awesome.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, it
Bless
was
you.
awesome.
Mr. Smith, do you
Thank you,
have
Mr.
each
Smith.
one of those mic'd, or do you have an array to pick up in the room that you're in right now?
There are 14 mics on the kit.
So you have a full studio set up on that drum kit.
Yeah, so we've got a top, a bottom on the snare. We've got a kick. We've got one on this, one on that, 2 on this, 2 overheads up here that you can't see, and then
Right.
four room mics as well.
Wow. So you are running an array on top of the drums keyed themselves.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
impressive.
they're
Hi,
close
Pendar.
mics
Good to
and then
see you.
room mics as well. Yeah.
That's
And then there's a reverb unit at the side here that I do different reverbs for as well as I go
I've
through.
noticed that too. It's not like when you did the Phil Collins, it had that echo in it in the drums. Yeah, it was really good, man.
Nice
It
one.
sounds really incredible, to be honest with you. Like it sounds 100% pure studio, even through a live stream, YouTube. And everything.
Nice one.
Mm-hmm.
Nice one. I mean, it's kind of it's my job realistically. It's what I do on a sort of daily
Zach was
basis.
ready to break out with an OnlyFans dance over there. I think I was watching the lights go over there, and Zach was like, "Yeah, I'm not sinking. Oh, I'm gonna make $20 off of this tonight. Wait, hold on.
Well, if you're about tomorrow, I'll be laying it bare tomorrow night. Tuesday, so it'll be 6 o'clock Eastern. I'll be doing my first OnlyFlams tomorrow. If anybody can make it, be good to see everybody.
If you can shoot me the
Yeah.
link, brother, I promise you I'll be there. I just
Nice
don't know
one.
how to find you. If you can manage to get me the link or get it to Zach or somebody get it to me, I will be there.
I'm sure somebody
I
in
can
the
do
chat
that.
will get you that
Awesome.
link.
Much appreciated.
Nice one.
My whole
Nice
thing
one.
is
And
finding you. Once I find you,
Yeah.
I got you.
It's a pleasure being on the stream with you as well, and I will get you some music as well for Fridays.
Awesome. I appreciate it. I
And-
really do.
And like I say, there's I know there's several artists that I can get you some really good music from as well. From
That
the
would be great.
community's got so much good music in it, you know.
And that's the thing that I don't understand. Like, if you ever come into my Friday live stream, I really play. I have it all right here in OBS. I have the best of the worst of YouTube, and I mean that in a good way. Like I sit here hours and just go through, and I only use the ones that have the green box because anything else, it's either you can't use it here, you can't use it there. There's stipulations. The one with the green box you can use anywhere, and there's an artist Nefex, Neffex, and almost all of his music, I really like it. It's all positive, it's all good stuff, but it's all free to use. But that's really like the only music like with lyrics that I have in my program because anybody else with lyrics wants money.
Got you.
So, that's
Got ya.
the shame of it. I've had artists that I've known for years. Sit there and go, Infantry, what's the problem? Why can't you play? What if I write you a note? It don't work because it's not you that comes after me, it's your record company. And
Yeah.
I
it's the
told
label.
them,
Yeah.
when I break it down to them, I'm like, YouTube, you have 100% of the revenue. YouTube takes 60. That means I get 40. Now, for me playing your little piece of music, how much as an artist do you think you should charge me in my video? He's like 1, 5, maybe 10% at most. I said, they charge me 50% of my 40%. He's like, they're all like, that's wrong. That's not right. I'm like, well, that's what your music companies do to us. And that's why we can't do what we could do for you. Because
Well,
anytime
sometimes it's not the actual label, it's the distribution company.
Correct.
So, for example, if you put out a CD, your label might be fine, and your label might not go after anybody. But if you put it out on CD Baby come after you.
Yep.
So it's not necessarily the label. Or sometimes it could be the publishers as well. It dependent on if it's the lyrics they come after, they might go after that. So it could be the publishing company. So it's very difficult to determine who's going to come after you sometimes.
And the way I was explained it is you're fine if you never monetize. You can do whatever you want with music as long as you never monetize your channel. The minute you monetize your channel, that's when they're going to come look for you.
Well, to be honest, that's changed in the last 12 months as well, as you probably know. So now you can go on YouTube and an artist with 12 subscribers and the video's got 2 views, they're putting adverts on it. So somebody's making money off that, and that's where it's worth people. Now, that's why it's changed in the last 12 months, 12 to 18 months. It's worth
I
people
think they're putting
checking
ads
it out.
on everybody's video because the only
Exactly.
people who tell us the
Yeah,
truth is
they
YouTube.
are.
You'll never get
Yeah.
that answer. And have you ever noticed on your YouTube studio, at least on my phone, if I'm looking at my phone and it says today's latest video, 72 views, I click on the actual video to open the next window and it says I have 34 views. Which one is it? You go
Yeah.
to your YouTube page and it says something completely different. So which one is it? And then what am I really getting paid for?
Yeah, and I think, well,
You
I know in that instance it can be because I can tell you realistically why that's for. So sometimes the views on one video will have been on a particular device. So for example, 74 views, well, 37 of them may have been on a TV, and the others may have been split between a PC and a mobile phone. Well, it takes a while for YouTube to collate that data. So the people watching on a TV will see the full 74 views or whatever it is, but the people on a mobile will only see 16 for a while. After a few days, the whole system catches up, and then it puts it all together. So realistically, with any of your numbers on YouTube, you need to wait a couple of days to find out what the real number is, because it takes a while to collate the data.
I just stopped looking altogether.
Well, don't pay too much attention to the numbers is what I do. You know, I don't bother anymore. I don't bother. And especially a lot of the artists in the community have seen it with subs. So one day YouTube says, yay, you've got 100 subscribers. And then you go back the next day and you've got 87 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
14
Right.
have disappeared.
Yeah, the
But then
purges.
Well, it's not necessarily purges. They do have purges, you're right. They do get rid of people. But again, what happens is it's device-based. So what you need to do is, if you see it on a Monday that you've got 100, you need to wait till the next Monday to confirm the 100.
Gotcha.
It'll float between that week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
A lot of comments,
you know,
confirming all this in the chat too. We're all seeing it,
No.
yeah.
Zachy, are you ready, Bubba?
Yeah, he wanted to share something about Josh Blue, a comedian that he introduced me to, who's hilarious.
That dude
Before
is
we pull up a couple videos by him.
Cool.
Mr. Smith, I don't know if you want to stick around or if you needed to go. I didn't want to.
Is it all right if I shoot through, and what I'll do is I'll come back and join the chat while I have a last cup of coffee before I sleep, if that's okay, Andy?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thanks
Yeah.
for coming up.
You're more
Appreciate
than
you being
welcome.
here.
It's always an honor to be on your stream. I love it. Thank you for asking me. It's a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
And Zach, it's always a pleasure to be around you, and Infantry the same. And Tom, bless you, sir. Really nice to meet you. I know Bran's not said a lot lately, but thank you, Bran, as well. And I'll see
Brand's
you guys
my
on the next.
tech behind the scenes doing all the work.
Brilliant.
Brand.
I'll see you on the next Unique Prepping, but hopefully if anybody can make it for the Only Flams tomorrow, I'll see you there, and I'll catch you on Friday as well, Infantry, on your stream. Yeah. All right, buddy. And thank
right,
you to
fantastic.
everybody in
Thanks.
the chat as well. You're welcome, Indy. Thanks very much. Love you all. Deal with it.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
All right. Okay, Zach, what do you want to tell us about Josh Blue?
If I could, I'd probably play the drums. I don't know how to explain it. Drums just look so cool to play. And for Josh Blue, I have met him twice in person, and actually in the middle of his second show, him and I played a game where we could hold open their screwed up hand the longest. We both are spastic in our right arm and side.
That's awesome.
If you watch
you
Josh,
got
you get that
him.
joke. Like if you know who Josh Blue is, you really do get that joke.
Yep, well, that's actually perfect for this video too. I have 2 short videos from him, and I could listen to him for a long time too. He's hilarious. So I'm really glad you introduced Zach.
You're now watching Deep Blue, jokes from my past.
Thank you.
What? This fucking thing, I don't know. I'm convinced it has a mind of its own, man. It's a mean motherfucker, too. Because just randomly throughout my life, I've looked over and I had scissors. Oh yeah, laugh, it's fucking terrifying. You know how people tell you should never run with scissors? Sometimes that's my only fucking option.
Hi. Thanks again for tuning in. Make sure you watch the next video and like that one too.
That dude is a trip, man.
He's so funny.
He is funny.
Yeah.
And you know,
We have another
one-
short. Go
I
ahead.
like working with Zach on the Wednesday night programs. Is that, like I told Zach the other day, I feed off of Zach. Like when you guys watch us Wednesday in a live stream, I'm not joking you when I say I don't know anything about the show until he goes live. I don't know the questions. I don't know what he has planned. I don't know what he's conniving. You know, Zach is a sneaky guy over there. But I have learned to feed off of Zach. And I don't know if y'all caught last Wednesday's program. It's getting good over there.
Mhm.
And
Oh,
it's
you guys are
also
doing great.
Zach, even though we're both handicapped, there's always a certain line you don't cross and certain things you don't say, obviously. But we always tell everybody every Wednesday, if you don't like crippled, handicapped, blind, cross-eyed, this ain't the program for you, because we use that term because we can. And having him bring up Josh Blue and all of the stuff we've been doing is like, man, Zach, I'm afraid to see what he's got coming up. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Zach has such a great sense of humor too. So it's fun to see, get to see Josh Blue with that humor too. It's fantastic.
Mhm.
And
we all
I mean,
worry
yeah.
about what Zach's going to come up with next.
And I'm
Right?
telling you,
Especially
we're all-
once he gets into those gummies.
Wait till you see what happens when Christmas comes. You think Thanksgiving was bad? He's writing a Christmas story over there. Okay, so
Oh yeah, I believe it.
Santa's
I
gonna
believe
make. I don't think Santa's making it down the chimney.
Right? Yeah, I agree, JM. All right, well, here's another short little sketch by Josh Blue called Palsy Power.
I'm watching you. So you watch me and I'll watch you, and then we'll watch each other and we'll get likes.
I gotta tell you guys, growing up with a physical disability, and for those of you who haven't caught on by now, I don't know what I can fucking do for you. Do you need to touch it? I don't recommend that at all. So, are there other disabled folks here tonight? Clap if you can. Didn't see that shit coming, did I? Didn't know you come to a rally either. The revolution has begun. Pick up your crutches and canes and we shall rise again. Palsy power.
Thanks for watching Josh BlueTube. Make sure you like and subscribe to these videos. There's more to come.
Love it.
You know, I just thought
Well,
of
I
something that is kind of funny thinking of Zach, and it should be a routine. Some community needs to do is, as a blind person, I have the worst handicap. I want to be dead honest with you, because this is all jokingly speaking, so don't nobody get mad in the chat. But think about it. I'm blind. If you looked at me right now, you wouldn't know I had a disability. If you look at Zach, he has a disability. Look at a guy in a wheelchair, he has a disability. But a blind person, unless we have a stick and a dog marked service animal, you'd never know we had a disability. And I even told Zach, I get comments of people going, "You're lying, you're not blind," in my videos because of the stuff that I do. And
Wow.
I don't ever have to say nothing. My community usually squashes that real quick. But again, jokingly speaking, I have the worst disability out of the whole group, because you get people, you ain't blind, dude. What are you talking about? You can see. Yeah. You know, I don't have that physical characteristic of a quote unquote handicapped person. Zach, you need to hit me harder with the frying pan next time, dude. You didn't do it. That's me.
Something like that, yeah.
But think about it. And even if I wore, put on the quote unquote dark sunglasses, that don't mean it's not. I live in Florida. Everybody wears sunglasses, So that stereotype kind of goes out the window for me.
Well, I think one of the things, like you were saying, and JM said it's a refreshing perspective. I think it's, for all of us, no matter what's going on in our lives, it's good to be able to laugh at ourselves, and not take ourselves too seriously. Everybody has challenges that they're facing in one way, shape, or form, and that's one of the things that unites us.
Right.
That we all can do ridiculous things and mess up or struggle, or we all have those things in common.
Very true.
So yeah,
we just have them in our own unique ways.
Exactly. Yep. Much love, Lady Campion. Thanks for being here. Have a good night. All right. This next video is a drummer that Mr. Smith had actually introduced me to. His name's Daniel Potts, and I don't know a lot about him, but he does not have arms, and so he actually drums with his feet, and it's really, really amazing to see. So this is a cover of Lost Boy by The Midnight, and it's Daniel Potts on drums.
Lone survivors, we were the cause. was a lost war when I met you. Was a lost war, was a lost war. Was a lost war when I met you. Was a lost war, was a lost war. Was a lost war. Was a lost war, was a lost war. Was a lost war when I met you. Was a lost war, was a lost war. Was a lost
Incredible.
Wow.
I love all the comments here from the chat too.
That was
Yeah,
inspiring.
absolutely amazing. Mm-hmm. Right, Velcro? It's like you just don't even notice because it is rocking it. Yeah. Amazing what man can accomplish. Absolutely.
The muscles in that
Mhm.
man's legs. I mean, I'm going to go to bed and my poor lower legs are going to cramp. You know?
No, you're absolutely right, dude. I mean, and again,
Good to see you constitutional.
a fellow handicapped person, that, you know, it's like everything you've seen tonight. I kind of feel, like I said, I'm the out of place person because I look the least handicapped. I mean, it's amazing. You got Zach up here. I mean, you had Rick up here. Handicapped people will blow your mind. They really will. And if it doesn't make
Absolutely.
you stop and go, what am I doing with my life? Maybe you should. You know, that's just how I look. And
If
that's
you're
kind of
willing to stand up and fight, you can compensate, you know?
you can do anything you
Yeah.
say your mind. I can do all things in Christ who strengthens me.
Amen. Yep.
You know,
That's
and that's
it.
perfect example of it. That's perfect
Yeah,
example.
I
of
love
it.
that song. That's the band The Midnight, and I really like their music. Yeah, fantastic.
I wouldn't peg you as a rocker, Indy, just from listening to you.
You know, honestly, I really like all genres, and I'm being more involved in the indie music community. I've, kind of broadened my horizons and what I'm listening to. I'm a lyrics person. I'm really more about the feel and the story of a song, the message of a song. So I'll listen to any style, any genre.
When you say indie, now I
Nice.
was down at Waves 1170. I played a lot of West Indie music. Are you familiar with any of that?
You mean like no? Explain what you mean by that.
Well, I'm not
Right,
familiar
Jan.
with indie music as much as I probably should be as a DJ,
Oh,
but I know
so
West
indie
Indie.
means independent artists. So
Gotcha.
they're not signed. Yeah, that's independent, and independent is abbreviated to indie.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, because in the Caribbean they have the West Indies, and the West
Gotcha.
Indies
Okay,
there
yeah.
have
Different.
indie music. Right. Right. That's all I was about to ask you. You know about Chotni, you know about soca, and you know about
Yep.
all these different genres
Yeah.
that are out there.
Well, so I've gotten to know a lot of really great independent indie artists, and they cover all different genres, and a lot of them are really, I wouldn't even put them in one box. There's some artists who really can do all different styles. Even on one channel, they'll have all different styles that they have, and it's really incredible to see. It's been great to be a part of.
Well, where do you find your
Good one, Anti.
Where do you find your feet in the music world? What genre would you say you prefer the most? Country,
Ooh,
rock,
that's a
hip
tough
hop,
one.
oldies, pop.
I'd say I like a lot of classic rock because I grew up with it.
Mhm.
Kind of pop rock, I guess. I don't know. I listen to a lot of Christian music, honestly, especially with young kids. So in the car, it's usually Christian music.
Mhm.
But I've been listening to a lot of metal lately. So I'm really like all across the board, truly.
That's a
Yeah, I
good
agree, Jerry Lee. The story matters.
That's a good thing. The
Yeah.
more eclectic you are musically, the more open-minded you are, believe it or not.
Good to see you, Ultra. Thanks for being here, brother. You guys, Anti, if you could drop a link to Ultra's channel. He's a good friend, and he's someone else here in Washington. For all the rest of you here in the Washington area, go sub him up and check him out.
Hey, Tom, what's your favorite music genre? And Zach, you too.
Right? It's hard to answer that, Avoid.
I'm an old hippie rocker. Honestly, that's my go-to.
Hippie rock, okay.
Hippie rock?
Yeah,
Okay.
good to see you, D-Dog. Mm-hmm.
I could see Tom listening to some ZZ Top. That's what I could see Tom.
I like anything. Some I don't want to hear too much of,
Mhm.
But no, I'm classic rock all the way.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
When rock was rock.
Yeah.
Zach's gonna say, I
All right,
like
well,
music.
I wanted to pull up a video. I don't know. Let me see how we can do this here. I think I don't want to try streaming it myself. I think let's go ahead and just play the first bit of it here, Bran, and then I'll just pull it down and then have you go forward to the end. But this is of a project that Tom's been working on his channel and is now completed. So you got to go back to watch the whole process. But he does show a little bit at the beginning of this video, kind of where it started and then where it gets to. But Zach, were you ready? Did you want to say anything about music first?
I like classic rock, a little country, little pop.
Okay. Yeah. So kind of across the board too.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Tom, do you want to tell us anything about this before we get into this video?
Yeah, this old chair, a little bit of a long story. I had reconnected with my father's family. I didn't know my father. I lost him when I was 5 years old. And just 7 years or so ago, reconnected with his family. And I've been going down there visiting my cousin, who happens to live in my grandfather's house. And I guess 2 years ago, I was down there and I was getting ready to leave, and he came dragging this old chair out of an outbuilding. And he said, "This was your grandfather's chair. Do you want it?" Well, you can see the shape it was in. The hardware that connected the legs to the seat was broken. And I said, "Sure." So I brought it home and stashed it in my outbuilding. And last spring, I was out there cleaning up, and I thought, you know what? If you don't do something about this chair, nobody's going to. I had no idea what to do with this poor chair, but I got into it. And I guess the video will tell the story.
All right.
We think
Fantastic.
this chair was probably made before 1900. I have no evidence of that, but my grandfather's age and his life, and at the time, I think he would have probably bought nice office furniture. He was a doctor. We're pretty sure that this furniture was made before 1900. And it has a matching roll top desk that another cousin has. And we're now arguing, we agree the two pieces should be together. Should it be West Virginia? Should it be South Carolina? We haven't worked that out yet. So,
yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Love it. Well, are you going to be working on the restoration for that too, or is that one in already in good shape?
Oh no, that one's already been restored, and
Okay.
I'll never be allowed to put my hands on that. So,
Gotcha.
it's just like Stan
right.
won't be allowed to put his hands on this chair.
Okay, so all right, well, let's go ahead and get started on this one, and then I'll pull it down, Bran, and then try to put, find a spot to put it for a little further towards the end.
When I first saw this chair, I didn't know really what I was going to be able to do with it. My cousin said, "Hey, this was your grandfather's chair. You want it?" I said, "Sure, man. I'll do what I can with it." And here we are. Welcome back. This will be the last segment of Project Chair. Here's what it turned out to look like. I really agonized over this job, I got to tell you. So we've got 3 good coats of urethane on the legs. I sprayed 3 on the arm and top rail to cover the patch, to protect the patch. We've been through all that. I brushed the rest of the chair twice with a final brushing over the top. So the top got 4 coats, the rest of it got 2. I was going to do a 3rd coat, and took it out yesterday into the sunshine, and it just looked so nice, and I was debating, do I really want to do anything more to it? So I called my wife out, and I said, "You want to come?" Because the plan was, between each coat, I scuffed it with 4/0 steel wool and then recoated it. So I called her, and I said, "Do you want to come out and have a look at this before I scuff it back up?" And she came out, and we started discussing, does it really need another coat? Now, everybody needs a wise, supportive wife. And mine is one of those. And as we discussed this, and I thought, well, maybe I should. And her advice to me, and it was such supportive advice, she said to me, and I quote, "It'll just give you one more chance to fuck it up." And I I took that to heart, and I said, we don't need to do any more. There reaches a point where you shouldn't do more. So it's time to put this thing back together. Hang tight. All right, first.
I love that. Such great advice. It's so real. Oh, and there she is.
Yeah.
Wow. The wise woman herself.
This is the wise wife.
If she gave you that advice, dude, next time I need advice, I'm calling you, okay, bud? Hey, Tom, put your wife on the phone. I need to talk to her.
I used to work in a sawmill, so I call that sawmill mouth.
She'll tell you.
I love it. Keeping it
Dude, that was
real.
a
That's what
gorgeous
we're about
chair.
here.
That was a gorgeous
Yeah,
chair.
it's so beautiful.
What kind of wood
Well,
was
we're going
it?
to pull it.
We think it's quarter sawn red oak.
It's really pretty. The
Yeah.
grain pattern and everything.
I hate to brag, but
Well,
it
it's
is.
right behind you.
It's
Can you see
beautiful.
that?
She
Yeah.
hasn't set it up.
Okay.
Yep. Spoiler.
I'm the son
All
of a
right, we're
carpenter.
going to pull
I love wood, man. I love wood, and I love the smell of woodworking and stuff like that. Oh, nothing
Yeah.
better.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and pull this video back up and play the end here so you can kind of fast forward and see what it turned out like. And hear a little bit about what Tom has to say about it.
Final thoughts. All right. What a job. Started this project the 15th day of April. And it has been an emotional experience up and down, and I have learned a lot. I have worried about a lot. It just, wow. I'm just kind of draining right now. I was all hyped up about this thing for all this time, and I'm happy. I couldn't be happier. I'm sure somebody else could have done a better job, but it's my job. And I did it. I want to thank my cousin Hugh for giving me the chair and trusting me to do something with it. I did it for really all of us. I did it for Dr. Tompkins. I never knew him. He died 14 years before I was born. But I've got something that belonged to him, and I hope he'll approve of what I did for him. So anyway, hey, thanks for sticking with me through all this. And give me a like, and if you haven't subscribed, please do that. And this will be the end of Project Share. So appreciate it. You all have a great day. Bye-bye. This is Tom signing out.
Project Chair. I like that.
Oh, I love that you have him there at the end of that video.
That was my
Awesome, Tom.
grandfather, that picture at the end.
Yeah, and I didn't include it, but you had the label that you put on the chair too, in honor of him with his name on there, which I thought was really nice. Mm-hmm.
Well, it's the idea was if it was successful at all, now it's a family heirloom, and it hopefully will never be in the condition it was when I got it.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Underneath it.
Yeah.
Well, if you put enough
that's amazing.
on it, it'll never go back.
What's that?
Mm-hmm.
I said if you put enough shellac on it, it can never go back.
Exactly. That was my idea. Yeah.
Well, it's really beautiful. And I just love that you restored something. You know what I mean? Like, right now we live in such a throwaway society. Everything's like buy it now and it lasts for not as long as it used to. And then you toss it out and you replace it, And I just think it's really amazing that you took the time and the effort to put work into it and restore it. So I just think that's beautiful across the board.
Well, thank you very much. It was a labor of love, and let me move out of the way, and you can see it back there in the it belongs in the corner back there, but that's the chair.
Beautiful. Really beautiful.
I may pick your brain when I build my new desk for a couple ideas.
Yeah, buddy, I'll be happy, but it ain't much of a brain to pick, let me tell you.
Much love to you, Scars and Shadows. Thanks for being here. Have a good night.
Yeah, because like
that's pretty awesome.
Nothing's any good anymore, and this desk of mine that I've had is like, nothing's even made out of wood anymore. You guys get that, right? It's made out of if you get it wet, it puffs up and falls apart, and it doesn't last. And that's what I'm working with here. So I'm like, you know what? The wife's like, you want to buy a new desk or do you want to build a new desk? So I was like, well, if I buy it, I'm limited to the size of the desk and the crappy material. If I build it, then the sky's the limit. So I think what I might do is do one of those. I saw a YouTuber make a fire desk out of wood, LED lights, and clear resin. I may do something like that.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. They're really cool. Or you can do colored resin too. People will do it, like in little cracks and things in the wood. I love that.
There's one that I see.
With acrylic.
He took some tree rounds and cut them up to where they were a different shape, but they were still round, part of the round. And he put it in a square table. And in the voids, he would run LED lights along the edges of the voids, and he poured in those. If you have a fire pit, the glass you put in your little fire pit that you buy at Home Depot, the little pieces of glass for the fire pits, he filled it with clear glass and some red glass in there. And when he turned on them LEDs, it just, I don't know, the effect was just like, wow. And it wasn't hard to do. It really wasn't at all. So I'm hoping for the same effect down the road, but we'll see. With the hurricane, you got plenty of wood though. So that's a good thing.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you'll include that on your channel too. Do some videos.
I think that might go on the gaming channel. I don't know yet because that's going to be the new gaming desk. So I haven't decided which. It may go on both. I don't know. You never know. Why not?
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. All right. Well, let me see. I'm kind of deciding where we're going to go here next. But I thought I saw Tony here in the chat earlier. I always love seeing Tony here, and I always love playing Tony's music because he is incredible. This is the latest by Tony Howie, and
Hey, Indy, I got
we've
a
just been
question.
having such great guitar.
Do you
Yeah.
do you ever get into trouble with YouTube for all this music that you play?
Well, yeah, actually, yes, in a way, I get
Not to say in a bad way,
copyright
but
claims.
okay.
Yeah, copyright claims. For most original songs, they don't, they're not copyrighted. They're independent artists for the most part. But for
Right.
some covers and for mainstream songs that are played, you get copyright claims. That's not the same as a strike. A strike
Right.
is, if you get 3 strikes, you're out on YouTube.
Right.
But a claim, it doesn't really, it doesn't affect your channel except for if you're monetized, those streams are not monetized. But
Right.
which I wasn't too worried about, but it actually also, I found out, makes it so that you can't have membership. And I have some really cool things I want to do with memberships. So I'm going to be going through, I think I figured out a workaround to go back, because almost all of my streams have copyright claims and are demonetized. So I'm going to try to do some work behind the scenes to try to figure out, I think I figured out a way to be able to get the copyright claims dropped by muting parts of it. But anyway, I'm still working on that. This is just a new thing I'm trying to figure out.
With
So
your
with
your
try to do a
independent
workaround.
artists, if you know them on a social basis and you talk to them, they can, on their independent, nothing on a label, but independent stuff, they can write you I forget what it's called. My record company's attorney told me the artist can write you permission to use their music because they're not licensed under anybody. So for future reference, if you say Mr. Smith has a new song, say, hey, Mr. Smith, can you drop me a little I love you note to send to YouTube if it ever pops up? And then when it does pop up, you could submit a copy of that letter in it. Because I have a few songs that on my channel, I'm like you, I got to play music. You got to include it in your live stream. But I've had a song, my intro song that you heard me play, I had to get written permission from the creator because I got it out of YouTube's library, and this will happen to you guys too, okay? If it happens to you, it's not your fault. You didn't do nothing wrong, and it's messed up if it does happen. But let's say Mr. Smith makes a new song. I find it in YouTube's audio library. It's free to use. I use it for a year and a half. A record company picks up Mr. Smith. Now they're going to come after you for that year and a half. You freely used that song. And that happened with that intro song you played earlier. So what I had to do was reach out to the creator and go, hey, listen, I've been using your stuff for a year and a half. I've been promoting your song the proper way. It's always listed in the description. I came from audio library. I'm not in the wrong here. Now I can either scrap my whole intro project, or you can look at a handicapped person, your song, put 2 and 2 together and figure out it's a good mix. And sure enough, they gave me the rights to use their song.
That's great.
So
yeah, that's great.
Now
that's some good thoughts there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll help you with your claims, because those things are a pain in the butt.
Right. I know. And I don't want to not play music, obviously. So, there's just some workarounds, like always, we got to figure out. Good to see you, Cola, by the way, and Ridge Runner. Thanks for being here. Okay, let's go ahead and pull up this song by Tony Howie. And then I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat, too. If anybody else wants to come up and join us, you are more than welcome. Isn't that awesome? I feel like it always ends, and I'm like, no, keep going.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, what
Oh,
happened?
seriously. I was totally
Yeah.
into that. That had a great
Right?
dead feel to it, didn't it?
You know what that was?
And
Was
when
Tom? He forgot to write the ending.
Yeah.
You gotta wait. That's part 2. You gotta wait. You gotta wait for that one to come out.
Yep. I
Wow.
just always love Tony's music, every single song, and his voice too. When he sings, he has such an incredible voice, like a really, I don't know, like a great quality, like a grit to his voice that I just really love. So, yeah, go check out Tony's channel for sure. And he was the one saying earlier when Rick was playing that he's gonna quit. No, he's not. No, better not, Tony. Yeah, so great. All right. Well, this next video is another inspiring person. This is someone that I grew up hearing a lot about through my church. She was involved in writing musicals, which I was in choir all growing up, and we would do like little traveling musicals that we'd go to other places and perform. And so I learned about her when I was really young, and she's always been kind of an inspiration to me. But here you go. I'll let her tell a little bit about herself.
55 years ago, when I was really depressed and in the hospital, they pushed me to occupational therapy. And it was my OT who saw that depression, and she said, here, let me give you a charcoal pencil in your mouth and draw something. So this is what I drew. It's a face of anguish, but you know what? It's not just my portrait. It's everybody's portrait. We all go through those times when we doubt the goodness of God. But you know, after people got me deep into God's word and hope began to rise, I began to paint. And now I'm just hoping that my paintings, and this is the way I hold my brushes, like that. I just hope my paintings will inspire others, that they too, by the grace of God, can rise above their circumstances.
So that's Johnny Erickson Tata. Some of you might be familiar with her. And I actually just found out while I was trying to find some good videos from her that she does a lot of community like I don't know, the programs. Like there's all sorts of it's called Friends of Johnny, or Friends of Johnny, I think is the name of it, or Johnny and Friends. There we go. And it's basically camps that she runs for families and kids who have different diagnoses, and they're able to go there and spend time together as a family and be around others who are inspiring and overcoming. And I just thought it was so neat to learn that about her. But she has a lot of stuff that she's doing. So check her out if you're not familiar with her. And the next thing we're going to pull up by her is actually a song that she sang that I thought was really beautiful as well and had a great message. So we'll get that up here in just a minute. But had any of you heard of her before? I'm curious because she's someone I'd always grown up knowing of. But
Sure have not.
yeah. Oh, okay. So I'll just tell a quick thing. So what happened was when she was, I believe in her young teen years, she was out swimming with friends and they had climbed up on a rock in a lake and she jumped or dove off of the rock and the water was shallow or she hit something and she was injured. And so she became a quadriplegic from the neck down. So that's just a little bit about her story. And I loved seeing that first drawing that she did. And now she does all sorts of painting and art and, obviously music as well. And, she's just busy with a lot of things. So pretty impressive.
We
All
are
right,
the
alone,
ones who
yet not
run to
alone.
you when we are weak. And you know this body, you formed this body. This is a quadriplegic body that is broken. My lungs are limited, but there's this fine balance between presenting to you all of my weakness and thinking that it can't be done. I don't want to think that it can't be done. And so, Father, I pray that you will mitigate any crackiness in my voice, any age in my voice, any tiredness in my voice, and please give me your strength. These words talk about, in your strength, I find my own. And so make that my prayer. I make that my prayer, Lord God.
I'm alone, yet not alone. God's the light that will guide me home. his love and tenderness, leading through the wilderness, and wherever I may roam, I'm alone, yet not alone. I will not be bent in fear. He's the refuge I know is near. In his strength I find my own. By his faithfulness he showed that so mighty is his shield. For his love is now revealed. When my steps are lost and desperate for a guide, I can feel his touch, a soothing presence by my side. Alone, yet not alone, not forsaken when on my own. I can lean upon his arm and be lifted up from harm. If I stumble or if I'm thrown, I'm alone, yet not alone. When my steps are lost and desperate for a guide, I can feel his touch, a soothing presence by my side, by my side. He has bound me with his love. Watchful angels look from above. Every evil can be prayed, for I know I will be saved, never frightened on my own. I'm alone, yet not alone. I'm alone, yet not
That was beautiful.
That was a really good video.
Isn't that? Yeah.
That was
Yep.
really well put together.
Yeah. I just think she's such an inspiring person. So I wanted to include her tonight as well. And I'm glad that a lot of you hadn't heard of her. I know that some of you have, so that's great. But apparently these the Friends of Johnny houses are all over the United States. So if you're into volunteering or connect with any of that, then if you want to look into it. I had not heard of them, but there's some right here near me too.
You know what I find
cool.
is a great way to learn about new organizations in your area, and I talk about this a lot in my events, expos, and event. I think something like that playlist. Whenever I do events and stuff like that, whenever I go to your local town, you have your fair, you have the Blueberry Festival, the Pancake Breakfast. That's a great way to go meet people. And I don't just mean people, I mean your local law enforcement, your local community, your local reach out programs, your churches, your local businesses that can't afford big time advertising that maybe you give them the boost they're looking for. And that's how I always fell into the stuff that you see in my program. Paradox Sports, I met at a climbing wall. The scuba diving program I met at a different disabled event
Jody.
I was covering. So the best way to find these things is for you guys, especially as us as creators, is get out in your community, you know, and meet people. Hey, I'm so and so. I have a YouTube channel. Just wanted to meet you, you know, and just put that in their head, or let them put that, or vice versa. And that's always worked for me for organizations.
Yeah, great idea. Tariki, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Jody, I saw you're here as well. Good to see you.
Miss Indy, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Have you seen my latest video? I know I'm not catching you too much on the outdoor side of things. Maybe you are, and I'm just not aware. But did you see the 10-year wait to get what I got? I don't want to spoil it.
No. Oh, I did hear about that. I have not seen the video, but I did hear about it. I was at your live where you were talking about that, and congratulations. But you want to tell people about that? Yeah,
watch
that's
the
awesome.
video. He wets his pants.
Yeah. Oh, damn near it. I just about did, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Now, I've been in the outdoors all my adult life. I've always wanted to hunt, but living in South Florida, I always make the common joke of, in South Florida nowadays, the only thing you can hunt is iguanas and tourists. That's it. So to hunt,
I love that.
Let me tell you, I've eaten iguana.
The tourists are a challenge.
The tourists don't taste good. The tourists are gamey. I'll eat the iguanas and the alligators first. But you'd have to travel so far just to go hunt. So for 10 years, I wanted to get a deer. I tried to hunt in South Florida. I've tried to hunt with Swamp Stalker Outdoors in St. Cloud, Florida, which is near Orlando. Him and his family had me out for a hunt. Wasn't successful. Mayhem Studios and his family had me come out to Arkansas. That program was a heart cruncher because with my visual problem, I have to have certain things in order to see my own certain gizmos and gadgets. And it allows me to see what you see, but sometimes better. So without my gizmos and gadgets,
that's pretty cool.
I can't do what you normally do. So when it came to go to Mayhem's, TSA did not approve my rifle and optics or anything to go on the airplane. So I had to go to hunt with someone else's equipment. And the heart-wrenching part was I could see the deer with my own blind eyes and chuck a rock and ping him in the head, but I could not use the guy's rifle and find the animal in the scope. So I lost the opportunity of that. That was the closest I've ever been until this year. A gentleman that lives next door to me was gracious enough to give me his 40-acre property, his hunting property, set up my blind, put me in a great location, mow the field for me, let me run my area the way I see fit, my game cams, my corn. I can do everything I want. He ain't going to tell me nothing. The only thing he does say is you can only shoot bucks, which is fine. Now, I want you guys to understand that we're talking to a handicapped person. I'm disabled. Most people would be, hey, dude, let me come sit with you. Let me make sure you're okay. Not this guy. This guy was 5 a.m. I'm dropping you off. I'll be back at 11. I'm going to go hunt a couple properties down the road. So for me, which Zach would agree with, to a disabled person to be able to just go see what you can do was the top of the mountain for me. The everything else that would happen would be the icing on the cake. But just the fact is, say, go out there and see what you can do. And I'm not going to bother you at all. And I did it all through archery season. I had does come up, several does, and I'm sitting there going, man, you know, how many weeks before I ever see a buck? And finally, opening day of modern or general gun, I had my opportunity. I had a 6-point buck walk out, and with deer, I don't know if you guys have ever seen a deer in the wild. They have big, giant ears. I mean, big. I mean, they're big like satellite dishes. Well, at 7,500 yards out, a rack is hard to distinguish between those giant ears. And that was always going to be my question was, am I even going to be able to tell the difference between a doe and a buck at 100 yards? Let's see. And if you watch the video, I not only saw him, I put him in the freezer. And it was,
that's fantastic.
Yeah,
there you go.
80-yard shot,
Congratulations.
and it was a perfect. I mean, you guys got to see the video. If you're a hunter, go watch. You will never
Absolutely.
question this blind guy and shooting again in any other YouTube video moving forward. Right, Tom?
Talk about like, going outside expectations. Say like a blind man shooting and hunting. I mean, I think that's pretty amazing. I love that you're like just, pushing through barriers. That's fantastic.
Before I did all of this, I believe it or not, I was a repo agent for a year and a half. So imagine a blind guy would come and steal your car in the middle of the night. And nothing you could do about it. That irritated people a lot. Then I did armed and unarmed security for a couple of years. I've had a concealed weapons license since I was 21 years old. I've been around firearms my entire life, but the whole hunting thing is it's something different. When you're sitting out there, and here's the thing that Tom and I were kicking around about it. It's not just that I went and got the deer. That's one thing. I don't want to say anybody can do that, but when it comes to deer hunting, when God wants you to have your deer, you get your deer. Nothing you do matters. Hunters need to understand that. God makes that deer walk out because you could do everything right. And I did it for 9 weeks. Never saw a buck. Did everything right. But that one day, God said, hey, it's your turn. The book happens.
Well, and that's how it is with all things, isn't it? We make our plans and God laughs. It's got to be God's plan, God's will for it to get done. Yeah. We have to put our effort in too, for sure. But
the challenging part of all this was when you watch my video, I didn't just capture it on one camera. I caught it on 3.
Nice.
Oh, I love it. I'm definitely going to check that out. I'm sorry I didn't get to before now, but
if I pull my trail camera, I probably have it on 4 cameras because of my trail camera is right where I shot the deer. So potentially there's a 4th camera, and then you got to go hide yourself, hide your gun, hide 2 cameras. It's challenging. It's challenging, but I do.
It's gonna be cool to check out.
I definitely encourage you to check it out. And again, for all those doubters that say, and this is where I get in trouble, that you're not blind, because when you see the shot on that deer at that distance, you're gonna go. Even my buddy that gave me the property to hunt on, and he took me out to the deer. He goes, "Dude, you sure you're blind? That's a perfect shot. You lying to me?" And I'm like, "No, sir, I'm not lying to you." But again, it's the gizmos and gadgets that I use that allow me to do that.
Camo says, I am a venison burger addict. First step is admission.
I got 60 pounds of venison burger meat in the freezer.
Oh my goodness.
Bonnie and JM, thanks for coming up and joining us. I'm sorry, you guys. I thought I'd pinned the link earlier.
Hi, Bonnie.
But I forgot to pin it. So now it's pinned if anybody else wants to come up.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank
It's
you,
good to see
Andy.
everybody.
Zach, I didn't realize that was you up here. Hello. I was on my phone and I can't see the names. I knew the chair was Mr. Tom's because I watched that process. That's pretty
thank
cool.
you, Bonnie.
It's beautiful. And
yeah, it really is gorgeous.
Jam, always good to see you.
Yeah.
The other gentleman that was just speaking about hunting, who is this?
That would
That's
be me.
Infantry Outdoors.
Infantry Outdoors.
Yes,
awesome. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You could just call me DJ. It's a whole lot easier.
Infantry and Zach have been streaming together on Zach. Now that's on Zach's channel. That's not streamed to yours too, is it? Infantry,
No,
or do you
ma'am.
guys do the multi?
No, no.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We do our show on Wednesdays, and then I have my show This Week Outdoors every Friday at 9 p.m.
Yeah. Yep. Awesome. Yeah, I love you two together. Yeah, definitely, Bonnie. I know you'd want to check that out.
I hear these deer hunting stories, and these young guys, and they use all this dopey, and they leave their clothes outside for a week so they don't stink. And
I'm guilty.
Then I think back
wash
to the
my clothes the
70s.
entire season. I'm guilty. That's
I
me.
think back to the 70s, and every buck kill story you hear starts with, "I had just put out a cigarette."
Yes.
And here it came.
Yeah. Matter of fact, my buddy that let me hunt out there, he goes, "Don't smoke that vape out there. Them deer are gonna smell it." And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. Deer are attracted to sweet smells, i.e., apple, vanilla.
Yes.
I'm blowing vanilla custard out the window. You mean to tell me he ain't going? That
They
smells
don't
good.
mind
That's so
tobacco
good.
either, man.
Like to me, and then you get
Now
old
you know the
timers.
secret.
You get old timers like Tom up here that they've even said, "Hey, you want them big bucks to come out? You better fire up one of them joints in the blind." And all of a sudden, the big bucks.
Dude,
I'm
you
like,
left the garage,
you
you
telling
went
me not
hunting,
to
your
smoke?
clothes smelled like grease. I mean, it didn't make any difference at all.
Cigar. What state are you in, Infantry?
I'm in North Florida. I'm an hour south of Georgia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
so
was
my deer are like little puppy dogs compared to everybody else's.
well, I'm in Texas, and so they don't get real big here, but the whitetail and the axis are what we have.
Yep.
And but I was surprised. I was talking to someone from Wisconsin last night, and she was telling me that they have 1 week of gun hunting, and I said, "What?" I just never heard of that because here it's November to January.
That's us. Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're the same as me because I have Outdoors with Big Matt lives in Texas along with a bunch of other YouTubers I know. We're pretty much you're a week off of. I think you're a week ahead of me or behind me, but we're on the same schedule, the same page. Your archery starts a week or around my time. Now, Coyote, the Wrights Trapping, who's out in Washington, he gets I think it's like 7 days for elk and 10 days for deer, and that's it. You don't get a muzzle loader, a gun. You get one, and that's it. Now, us in Florida, I get 5 deer. Doesn't matter how I acquire it. It could be, it could be deer, it could be archery, it could be muzzle loader, it could be gun, it could be a combination of it. But he gets
Yeah.
1 deer, 1 elk, and he gets a window in order to get it. It's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, we get
Zach,
5
did you
here.
have something to say?
Zach's the same way, I think, in
Oh,
Colorado.
okay. Thought I
right,
saw
Zach?
you there.
Your hunting's we were talking about that with Coyote. You're the same way. He only gets a limited amount of time to get his deer. I've even asked Coyote if he wants me to fly out next year to help him because he only has this to this, and he's one dude in 1,000,000 acres.
Wow.
So you said that's Coyote. I'm not familiar, I don't think, with Coyote. Is he in Washington State, you said?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I am.
The Wrights Trapping is his channel.
The Wrights Trapping. Zach, do you have his channel? Okay, if you could send that to me sometime, that'd be great. Awesome. You don't have to do it right now, but I
He
can
does a
send you
lot
for
of
it later.
hunting. He does trapping. He's one of the guys that helped me with my trap line last year and kind of taught me how to trap and how to skin and what to throw away, what to keep, and what roadkill I'm allowed to acquire. And even though he's in Washington, a lot of the rules are still the same when you're a trapper. So he was able to tell me what baits to use for coyotes are successful for him, what baits, when you're targeting. I only want raccoons and I don't want possums. Granted, I caught more possums than raccoons, but I didn't know what bait to use. So he came in really clutch with that, and especially the skinning of the raccoon. I literally called him, "Hey, dude, I'm going to start. What do I do now?" And he's on the phone going, "All right, you're going to grab the ankle and you're going to start here and you're going to make your Y cut." And I'm like, "Okay, can I mess this up?" He goes, "Probably, but do it anyway."
I like that.
When it's like the first time you fillet a fish, you're going to screw it up. I don't care who you are. The first time you do it, you're going to butcher the meat. You're going to mess it up. Same thing with anything else. The first time you skin an animal, it's not going to be pretty. The first time you cook dinner for your parents, it's not going to be pretty. You just got to get through it. And that's all it was all right, cut it, get through it. You'll catch another one tomorrow. Don't worry about it.
As long as I don't see the eyes, I'm okay. If it comes headless, then I can butcher and do what I need to.
You'll learn.
Yeah, my 13-year-old son would hate it when I got down to the neck, and if I nicked the jugular a little bit and it just started running blood, he was done. I'm done, Dad. I'm done. I'm like, "Come on, dude, get over here. You got to finish. Help me with this coon." "No, I can't do it, Dad." I'm like, "Okay, well, what happens when you got to do yours?" "I'm not going to nick it, Dad." Okay.
I love that you're doing that together, though. That's great.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Bonnie and JM, we were talking about what things have kind of inspired us or, motivate us. If either of you would like to share, what's your inspiration?
Thanks, Indy. I let Bonnie go first if she likes, but I'm kind of primed up. I already know a couple of things I was going to say, but I'd like to let Bonnie go first if she wants to.
No, JM, if you're primed up, you go ahead.
Yeah, a big part of the reason I came up here is because my younger brother is disabled in many ways from a bad motorcycle accident when he was young.
Mm-hmm.
And so just in him building his community, I interacted with tons of his friends. And I wanted to give a big shout out for, the people on the panel and that you were featuring here tonight, Indy, that pushed through that. I find it very inspiring. And I find it refreshing, the comedian that you had on there, where we can, everyone should be able to make fun of themselves, no matter what your position in life is. So I could go on and on and on, but that's
great.
my thoughts off the top of my head.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing that. Yeah.
What was your name again?
JM.
As in January, November? JN?
JM.
Okay. I just want to make sure I got those initials right.
Yep.
Nice.
JM has a great channel, really great channel too. So does Bonnie. JM does a lot of what would you say, JM? Like kind of a hodgepodge of subjects. I love it. So it's sort of like here, but you'll have open mic and talking about stacking metals and a lot about dogs and dog walking and dog care and just general great community and really good conversations. I love when I catch you live, JM.
Did I hear you say stocking metals?
Yeah, like silver and gold, platinum, nickel, and copper.
I'm not there yet, brother. I'm aluminum, copper, and brass, and I got 2 melters out back to do it with.
Yep.
Oh, that's what I saw when I was looking through your videos. I'm gonna check out the video about infantry, about melting down the aluminum. I thought that sounded really cool. I'm excited about that one. I have it on my list to watch.
It is super simple, and you'll be surprised. I've probably got over 200 pounds of just aluminum saved up in no time. You pick up soda cans. I'm lucky enough where I have a friend who has a mechanic shop, so everything that goes in the pile that the magnet doesn't stick to goes in the back of my truck. Radiators, AC pumps, water pumps. I have an entire intake, aluminum intake outside. Next year, I want to build a 55-gallon drum melter. That way I can put a whole car rim in there and let it melt. Because right now, it takes me longer to down to fit in the burner than it does anything else.
Yeah,
you're doing it the right way. You're doing it the right way. So just scrapping it. Ending up scrap.
He's telling me he gets like $3 a radiator, $4 a radiator. I'm like, okay, let me melt a couple of them down, and I'll get back to you. One radiator, I'm making $30-$40 off of one radiator by melting it. So, the $3, it just doesn't make sense to do that,
Yeah.
I throw him a couple bars, I keep the rest, and the pile continues. But now that platinum, see where we're going to get into that platinum is everybody's catalytic converter has platinum in it. And he's stockpiling the catalytic converters so that him and I can eventually maybe get a tiny little bar of platinum.
Well, if you look over the last 100 years, platinum typically is approximately double the price of gold. It's an anomaly for it to be equal or less than, and it's about half the price of gold right now. So there's some people like Neil Hahn, if you're in here for sure, that are saying it's a huge buy, but this is not financial advice. It is a speculative thing, but yeah, it's cool for sure.
Oh, I love it. I've got, like I say, it's a savings account because I can always take it to the scrap yard and I get top dollar because it's 99% pure. It's all the purities are cleaned out of it. So, and with the platinum, all he does is, like I said, every time he pulls off a catalytic converter, it goes in a pile. When we get enough of them, we'll pull all of the metal out and we'll see what we get.
Yeah. And public service announcement to anyone that's watching this, even on the replay, don't go around cutting people's catalytic converters.
No.
You're costing your fellow citizen
For real
5 to 10 times.
And they're not cheap
for what you're getting out of it. It's
they're not cheap. They're
So DJ, the impurities, they just kind of float out when you're melting it and you skim it off, or how does that
Yes,
work?
sir. Yes, sir. They
Okay.
float to the top. It's called
Like-
slag when
Just
you
like
melt
the
it.
cream, you just skim it off.
Yeah. Like in the case of
Right
like when I do the soda cans have a horrible amount of slag because you got to imagine the paint, everything else that's on the
Yeah.
soda can, and every part of the soda can that's not aluminum because the soda can is not pure aluminum. So when you melt it down, you end up with the liquid metal at the bottom of the crucible, and then this top crusty, nasty, burnt layer, which is your slag. I skim it off and save it. I put it in another bucket because the slag still has aluminum on it. And then later
Sure.
down the road, when that bucket gets full, I'll melt all the slag to recover even more.
Does
And the same thing.
borax work for that?
Hold on one second, you guys. Bonnie, I just saw that you had said you need to take off. Thank you so much for coming up and saying hi. And I just wanted to say, is there anything coming up on your channel that you want to tell us about before you go?
Well, hun, it's Bran that's saying he needs to leave.
Oh, just a second. Just kidding. All right, good. I was like, well, Bonnie, you just got here.
Thank you,
Never mind.
Bran.
Stay where you are, Bonnie. We'll come back to that. Bran, thank you so much.
Have a good night,
Bran,
Bran.
thank you for all of
We
your work
really get to
behind the
meet.
scenes. Really
Thank you.
appreciate you. Much
Heck
love
of
for
a
being
producer,
here.
sir. You're a heck of a producer.
Yep.
If that's the person that's been putting everything up on screen and hasn't said a word the entire night, they did a hell of a job.
Right.
I'm not even gonna lie. That's a great producer.
I know.
Good to meet you,
Yep.
Bran.
Much appreciated. That's for sure.
Bran's a good co-pilot.
All right.
You got me blushing. All right, I'm out. See ya.
Have a good night, Bran. Love ya.
But
All right. Sorry about that, Bonnie.
To answer the question about those metals, even with brass, copper, whatever you melt, it's gonna have slag unless you're melting pure metal. Like copper wire, once you strip it out of the extension cord, that's clean, pure wire. That won't have slag. But if you did something like, let's say you remodeled the bathroom and you took out the copper pipes and put in those copper pipes, you're gonna have slag because they've got the water, the oxidation, the solder joints, everything else. Yeah, the solder joints. And then the easiest thing, like what I do with car parts, is I'll leave all the steel on there because the steel can't melt. And you just stick it in there and you let everything melt off but the steel, and then you pull the steel out.
Look how pretty that looks.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll show those for a minute there, JM.
Nice. Yeah, that's silver.
Oh, wow. See, I haven't made it to there yet.
Silver.
I have not found the goods like that yet. I will one day. I keep looking. Have you guys ever heard of a silver cell?
No.
No. If you look it up on YouTube, there is a way that you can take silver nitrate and grow silver in your house. There's a guy growing 500 grams of it every 14 days.
Growing silver?
Silver. Yep. Silver crystals.
I know how to make colloidal silver, and I make my own.
Oh, I love colloidal silver. I love it.
But no, this is new to me. But I want to hear Bonnie. I think we should. I feel like we really cut her off.
Let's see. My inspiration is that what the question is?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, I raised a daughter. My youngest daughter is autistic. And so in putting her in camps and seeing the different levels, and also my other daughter was a counselor there. And it was anyone with any kind of special needs, medical or anything. And so this camp is like amazing. A local man in Texas started it because his daughter was special needs. And so he wanted every child to have an advantage. They have scholarship programs and everything. And so, so kudos to the caregivers out there of anyone with special needs, because it is a full-time job. And at times it was really hard because I was a single mother, trying to take care of her and work and make sure that we had a roof over our head. But the thing that amazed me about all of those kids in the camp and all of them that I've seen, Zach, I've been watching you for a few years now, and is the perseverance, the not letting it keep you controlled. To the things
Absolutely.
that I've seen you do, Zach, are just amazing to me. I've seen your gardens that you've got going, and the intelligence level too. Even my daughter, you know, she may be lacking in some of the things that she would learn in school, but she's so gifted in other areas. She's doing hula hoop dances. She's down here performing for all the Christmas lights now till January. And these people liked her so much, they gave her enough money to buy a hoop. And these are light up hoops that have like 240 settings on them. So they cost $400 to $500. And they just gave her that much money to buy her a new hoop.
Wow.
And
that's amazing.
So it's just watching the she is an amazing artist. She just keeps trying all these new things, and that's what I see. It's like it pushes you harder, I think, when you have anything that other people would think holds you back. It seems to push you harder and make you stronger, actually. So y'all are very much appreciated. Love y'all.
Yeah, we got to give you credit for being a parent that has to deal with that. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, because look, I used to, now that I'm a dad and I have two boys, one of my children's diagnosed ADHD and DMDD, and the other one has a slight ADHD. But it's not like your situation, or I even think back to what my mom and dad had to go through with me being blind in school and all the fights she went through with the teacher, because I was brought up normal. I wasn't put in ESE. I wasn't in special ed. I wasn't in special nothing. I was a normal kid. So I had to deal with, if you can't read the blackboard, you better figure out how, because this is normal class. This isn't handicap class. And fights my mother must have had to go through with the school, and you know, it's tough as a parent.
Yes.
But I can tell you're a parent that doesn't say you can't. I can tell that right off the bat. And that's why your child is the way your child is. Parents that go, even though a handicap, even though a regular kid, you can do it. Don't let nobody tell you can't do anything. When I was a kid, if you said you can't do it, you're blind, it would infuriate me to do it. I didn't care how dangerous it was. I didn't care how it sounded. I'm going to do what everybody else does. And my mom would
Love
turn
that
around and
anti.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. And as long as you keep doing that to your kid's going to be an amazing child, an amazing adult.
She
Just like
feels
that there.
she feels
Love
like
that.
I've held her back some because she did go to public school. She was bullied pretty bad. On top of that, she's got red hair and she wears glasses. So you know how that goes.
Gotcha.
And so
Kids are horrible. Kids
there
are
was
mean.
they were, and there was
They can be.
a lot
Yeah.
of mama bear times. But once she was high school, she also had some physical issues. And so she was homebound for a year and a half with a teacher coming to teach her at home. And so this teacher, she told me about a charter school that's about 30 miles away from us. And so she told me when the enrollment was and the open house. And so we went over there to check it out. And This school was unlike anything I have ever seen before. It was like a hippie school. it was very into the arts and music, but the education that they got there was also top notch, and they grew their own food for their lunches out in the back. The students grew the food.
That's awesome. How fantastic.
Yeah. And so
can you imagine if every school was like that? You know what I mean?
Oh,
what
I know.
Different places would be.
Yes.
It won't be public school, that's for sure. Like my kids, I just pulled them out of public school. They're in private school now. They go to a Christian academy. And exactly what you just said is the experience my kids have. They're growing food. They have livestock on the property that they work with. They still change oil. They have an oil mechanics class where you can learn how to change oil, change a tire, use real things in life. You'll never see that in public schools anymore. That's
And that's watching her go through high school there. She turned into a completely different person. She was outgoing. She was friends with everybody. She was, whenever they would do the talent shows, she would be doing the hula hoop dancing. And one of the girls at the school actually is the one that got her started in that. And she just zoomed through it. She was better than the girl that taught her. And the kids were so encouraging, and it just turned her into a whole different person. It was the best thing I could have ever done for her.
Amen. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Oh, hey, the Falcro came back and said, Infantry, I just finished watching the hunt video. What is it? Delicious on your first deer and a perfect shot. Awesome.
There you go.
That's fantastic. I'm definitely checking out that video. Can't wait.
It don't get much more inspiring than a blind guy taking down his first deer. You know what I mean?
Right?
Because Tom will tell you, some folks, they can't do that. They go their whole lives and never get to do that, I'm very, very thankful for it.
Well, I love, Bonnie, I love what you were saying about the schools. And I think, we're hearing more and more because of COVID, people started paying attention to what was being taught in schools. And now, tons of people are pulling their kids out of public education. Hopefully, eventually, that loss of funding will help them to change how they're running the public schools too. But maybe that's a lofty thought.
Well, the problem with the public schools is they want to do everything by, they have to be funded. So in order for them to be funded, they have to meet a certain criteria. And if your child messes up that criteria, which my son did, they have nothing to do with you. They want to get you out of the school. You're a problem.
It's a business. It's a business like everything else. It's about money. So they comply.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Right. Yep. And they teach, I wish I could remember the quote from a show I watched recently, but basically they were talking about what is absolutely true is that they're teaching kids to pass the standardized tests, because the higher the test scores are, the more funding that they get, which is actually backwards if you think about it. Because if the schools have a higher percentage of kids that are not passing, they're the ones that need the funding. Whether it's for training, new curriculum, or, whatever the other resources are that are needed. But the whole system's completely upside down, like a lot of things right now.
No kid left behind thing screwed everything up. Pardon my language, but it really did, because there are some kids that need to be left behind 2, 3, 4 times until they understand it. Not everybody understands everything at the same level. And what did it for me with my son is, like I said, he's diagnosed ADHD and DMDD. That basically means DMDD is disruptional mood, something another disorder. If you piss him off, he blows his top and he can't control it. So he went an entire year with no incident. And the one incident that he had, he got suspended for it. So I go to the principal and I'm like, ma'am, what you're doing is wrong and illegal. And here's why. My son is diagnosed with this. He's medicated for it. As you're aware of his medications, his doctor is the whole 9 yards. You can't suspend him for this, just like you can't suspend a kid with Tourette's syndrome for having an obscene outburst, because it's the same thing. By you suspending my child for having an outburst, you know, and that's really the best way I can relate it. She goes, "Oh, but it's not the same." I'm like, "Yes, it is. Person with Tourette's has obscene outbursts or tics that
Good
they
one,
can't
Anti.
control."
Yes, my
Look,
daughter.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
he's got a mouth that he can't control.
Mhm.
So, you know, when he, like I always tell people, when he gets mad, he opens his mouth and the stupid falls out.
Yes. And also with the autism usually comes Asperger's, and they cuss like a sailor. And there's no stopping it.
No. And then depends on
Infantry,
what
did you see this
medication-
comment from Anti?
No, ma'am. Could you read it to me, please?
Yes, he said to you, he said, "So is sitting in a blind redundant for you?"
Yeah, I'm a blind. It's a double blind. What do you
That's a good
really
one.
see in a blind man's mind, Jack? Huh? Think about it. The world may
Right.
never.
Never underestimate blind people. My brother's really good friend who is blind, completely blind, is a chiropractor, and he also does downhill skiing.
That's awesome. I don't know about downhill skiing. I'll snowboard next year. Not downhill skiing. No, he can keep the sticks.
Crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I've always heard that if you have any disability that takes away a sense, that your other senses are heightened. Do you think that's true for you, Infantry?
110%. Zach, I actually want to ask you that question. Do you have heightened senses due to your lack of certain senses? Like, can you hear better, smell better, taste better? I'm curious to know that one. We'll give him a second to respond to that.
Yeah.
I'm really curious because, like me, my kids can't get away with murder because I have ears like satellite dishes. I can hear a deer a country mile away. Smells to me, if I walk through Walmart, I can't tell you how many times I've almost vomited because somebody's perfume went so far up my nose I could taste it. It's horrible.
Right.
Sense of
That makes
feel.
sense. Anti
If you-
says, what happens in a blind stays in a blind."
Exactly, because nobody can see what really happened. Oh, I love you, Jack, dude. You're a great man. I tell you what, and that's what I like about the community, especially like on my channel, Zach's channel. We've taken it to where, again, if you're the wrong person watching, you're gonna get mad, and you shouldn't, because we've built a community with friends where we can joke, we can have fun, and that's what it should be about. Now, I'm not completely blind. Like I say, I tell people all the time, I'm only blind when I need to be. So when the red and blue lights show on, I'm blind real quick. I'm blind when it's convenient for me, nobody else.
That's when I lost my eyesight. I noticed that my other senses heightened.
The trippy one is
God,
just
I got my eyesight back. It was a deficiency of vitamin A is what caused me to go blind. But who would have thought something like that could happen, right?
Well, thank God you got it back.
All right, Zach, I think Zach's ready to share.
All right, what do you got? I'd be afraid what he's going to answer, though.
The smells.
I can hear my dad whisper, "You're a butthead," and I can hear it from the other side of the room.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, he's definitely waiting too.
Okay.
Yeah, and the creepy thing is, like I said, the sense of feel. Like for me, if you step within 6-7 feet of me, I know you're there without ever seeing you. The ghostly feelings that you normal people experience, imagine what I feel. It creeps you out because they literally run up your spine. But yeah, you can't. I'm the king of the jump scares in my house because nobody can sneak up on me. I can hear them, I can smell them, and I can feel them coming. So it just never works. That's a good question.
Well, you guys, we were talking. I had this song pulled up that I wanted to play just to share because it's a newest one by Lady Campion, or I think one of her newest, might not be the newest now, a cover that she put out. And I just really like the message of the song. But I know we usually think of this one in more of like a romantic sense. But I thought when we were talking about care providers, it kind of fits as well. And the song is Just the Way You Are by Lady Campion.
You trying to get romantic. Don't lie, Indy. You trying to get all smoochy smooth.
We got to bring some romance to this stream, guys. Come on.
Of course. Why not? Bring some love.
Don't go changing to try and please me. You never let me down before. Don't imagine you're too familiar, and I don't see you anymore. I would not leave you in times of trouble. We never could have come this far. I took the good times, I'll take the bad times. I'll take you just the way you are. Don't go trying some new fashion. Don't change the color of your hair. You always have my unspoken passion, although I might not seem to care. I don't want clever conversation. I never want to work that hard. I just want someone that I can talk to. I want you just the way you are. I need to know that you will always be the same old someone that I knew. What will it take till you believe in me the way that I believe in you? I said I love you, and that's forever. And this I promise from the heart. I couldn't love you any better. I love you just the way you don't want clever conversation. I never wanna work that hard. I just want someone that I can talk to. I want you just the way you are.
So beautiful.
That's
Yeah.
That was
Her
nice.
voice
That
is
took me way
so
back.
stunning and phenomenal.
Who did
Yeah,
that
I grew up
originally?
listening to Billy Joel.
Billy Joel.
Billy Joel.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard so many
Yeah.
renditions of that over the years. It's amazing.
That was so good.
Yep.
Love it.
I know. Doesn't she just like transport you to this other place when she sings? But she does that for me.
I like
Really
that
beautiful.
done as a duet. Like it's really nice when it's done the right way as a duet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Zach, go for it.
Who inspired me to do what I do is actually our community that the Unique Prepping channel has built in the almost 16 months since it's been going. You guys have sparked a fire inside me that wants me to be a light for you to know that the future has evil, but if we unite together, the evil never wins because we have prepared our minds to receive the light.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
I love that, Zach. You know, and you know, you're inspired by it, but then you're inspiring so many others. And I'm just, yeah, I'm so proud of what you're doing and so glad that you're doing it. I'm glad you're, you know, finding success. There's a lot, you know, your channel's growing and, you know, please, you guys share out the channel and make sure you're subbed. Even if you've subbed before, just double check because, you know, like we talked about YouTube shenanigans.
If you
But
guys
yeah,
want to be part of a
love what you're
project
doing.
we're working on with Zachy is how would y'all like to see Zachy get his first deer? Me and a couple other
Right?
YouTubers are actually, we have a plan, and then all that it takes is, of course, the magic funding word to make it all happen. But we are trying to get Zach on a hunt either in Colorado or Arkansas, one of the two. So we're
All
either going to
right.
his hometown or we're going to fly him out to Mayhem and let him get that deer I missed a few years ago. So
Nice.
I've got all the
Yeah, that's
gizmos and gadgets that all Zach has to do is pull the trigger. We got it all set up for him. So
He's
I
grown
think it'd be
since
cool if
then.
you
He'll
guys
be
still
a
have.
trophy.
yeah, it's grown since then. It'll be a trophy this time.
No
I'm
doubt.
gonna be mad you shot it, not me. That's what's gonna happen. And next year, we're actually gonna have Zach on his channel deep fry his own turkey. Right, Zach? We're working on that as well. So if y'all want to see a unique way, it may not be a 16-pound bird, but Zach,
Mhm.
yeah, we're confident that next year Zach can deep fry a turkey by himself
Very
for
cool.
Thanksgiving. Oh,
I love that. I love that you're just coming up with workarounds, you know? That's
well,
fantastic.
that's what handicapped people do. That's our life. That's what our
Yeah.
entire life is. It's a workaround. You
Yeah.
know, my biggest thing in life is I can't drive a car legally. I can do it. I taught me. Well, hey, listen, I'm being honest with you. I am one line short on the eye test for a driver's license. I've been that way since I was a kid. Doesn't mean I can't do it. It means I can't legally do it. I taught
Wow.
myself to drive.
We don't let a little thing like legally.
Don't confess to felonies online.
Listen, I can always bust out the handicapped sovereign citizen and get away with it, okay?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Right to travel.
I
We
went
gotta
to
move you out to
Bend
West
One.
Virginia and make you understand how the law really works.
Exactly.
You know?
Now, Tom, do you
Yep.
remember? I don't know if you
Have
were
a good
one of the
night.
ones.
Thanks so much for being here.
I don't know if you were one of the gentlemen or one of the channels that reached out to me, but there was a YouTube video that went out over blind man gets arrested with for blind stick. Now, when that video hit YouTube that week, I must have had half the YouTube community calling asking if I needed bail money because it happened in my city.
I never saw it.
No joke. It happened in my city by my city police department. The officer messed up. I thought you had a gun, but when he pulled the blind stick out and said, "It's a blind stick, leave me alone," that should have been the end of it.
Oh, they beat the mess out of him, didn't they?
They arrested him. Yeah, man, all for having a blind stick in his pocket. Now I had Mayhem, who was the first one to call. Are you in jail? What are you talking about? You didn't see the YouTube video? Well, obviously not. It wasn't me. So what's going on? And for that whole week, everybody infantry, do we gotta bail you out, bro? Are you in jail? Did the cops get you? I'm like, no, that wasn't me. But it was still wrong. 110% wrong. Because not only am I a blind guy in the same
Yeah.
community with a blind stick, I'm a blind guy with a blind stick and a gun. So that officer would have had a field day pulling me over. You know,
I love this comment from Carl. You guys have to hear this. When shit hits the fan, Zach will be a warlord in a post-apocalyptic world surrounded by babes and piles of potatoes and ammo. 100%, Carl. Nailed it.
hey, y'all was on Zach. Zach's probably more prepared
Thanks
than
for
us.
being here. Dragon Slayer, much love.
Zach's probably more
No,
prepared.
I know. He's
And I don't doubt
doing the
it.
things.
The potatoes can be ammo too.
Oh yeah. We make them a potato gun.
Right.
We get you a potato gun, bro. You'll be taking out 10 of people. Then you just keep growing your ammo.
Well, you guys, I'm going to have to wrap this up here pretty soon. But I wanted to have a chance for everybody to kind of share what you have coming up on your channels, if there's something you want to promote or talk about, or any final thoughts for tonight before we have a final song we'll play.
You need a minute or you're good?
What was that, Tom?
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we'll come to you. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Do you want
So
to
that
start
means
infantry?
Sure, I can start. It don't matter. I'm just happy to check in on Zach. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Thanks for putting up with me and having me up here. I really do appreciate it. It's not often I get to be on this side of the host stand, and I really do enjoy it. You do a great job, Indy. I love your show. It's very well produced. Your producer gets up 110%. You're always welcome if you ever want to come up and talk about your week on my program and promote your show. And anybody in the chat, if you guys want to come hang out, I do a program every Friday at 9 Eastern. It's called This Week Outdoors. You get the gist of it. What'd you do this week outdoors? You could have went for a walk. You could have made a barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
So much you could do. Come on over, tell us about it. Listen to some great music. Hang out, have some fun. If you're into video games, I have a second channel called The Blind Gamer. We're on YouTube, Kick, and Rumble. Feel free to follow us there. Our logo is a blue digital eyeball. Real easy to pick out. I'm with Zach on Wednesday nights at 10:30 on Unique Prepping. And other than that, that's it. Check out my latest video if you guys want to see a blind guy's first deer hunt. No, not first deer hunt, but first deer. You know, I think you'll be amazed. I think you'll enjoy it. I know Tom couldn't stop talking about it for the whole week. So I knew I did a good job.
It made me young again.
Yeah,
man.
I am excited to check that out.
And I leave you guys with this. I don't ever do this for money, for fame, for none of that. I've been there. I've done that in all my years of DJing and all that stuff. I live like everybody said here. I live for the comments. When you write me a comment and say, "Hey, Infantry, thank you for putting this product up here. I got my dad out in the woods who can't see, and now he's able to go hunt with me." Or thank you for doing this because now I'm in a whole new hobby and I'm doing it and I love it. And, you know, that's why I do it. The few and far between comments like that is worth more to me than any paycheck this platform could ever give me, you know, because if you get monetized, don't think y'all make money. Don't think you make money. No, no. I haven't even made 1 month's electric bill in 2 years of being paid by YouTube. So if that's any incentive to look forward to. So I do it for you. Thank you very much for having me. Please feel free to check me out, Infantry Outdoors and Unique Prepping on Wednesday nights and wherever else you can find me. But thank you again for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
It was great to meet you, man. Really.
Thank you. Come hang out with me anytime, man. Friday nights, it's just like this. We just hang out and talk about what we do every week and play music. And now I've got Mr. Smith and Rick going to give me some better music. So, you know, things are looking forward. And then that's the thing about a community. We got a great community of people, you know.
Yeah, yeah. That's one thing I always say is we're stronger together. And, you know, when we network and get to know each other, and are able to help each other out, that's fantastic. That's what it's about.
I don't even have to deal with my negative comments. My community does it for me. Oh, you're not blind. And then somebody will jump in. Dude, I know this guy for 20 years. Trust me, he can't see the backside of a barn. He's really blind. You know. But Indy, thank you so much. It's been a blessing
Yeah, absolutely. Tom, do you have anything coming up on your channel you want to share about? And then Zach will come next.
Indy, I don't know. I do have a video in the works. Had the whole place re-roofed, and I did video that. I've been trying to put that together.
Cool.
Nothing special. I will be back. We're a year away from a very important decision, and I had slacked off for a while, but you know, I'm working on getting back and stirring up more trouble.
All right.
wherever I can.
That's what I like
am
to hear.
so honored you had me on here tonight, though. I've
Thank
you know,
you.
we've been acquainted for quite a while, and I really appreciate you having me up. And yeah,
Well,
man,
I
I'll
love
be
you to
around.
pieces, Tom. And I love your live streams. I hope you'll, I know, you know, I know life, how life goes, but if you're able to do more live streams, I always really enjoyed your live streams. I'll be there every time I can be. So I hope to see more of those.
I got sick a little over a year ago, and it just sort of took the wind out of my sails, I guess. But no, it's time for me to start working again. And these two guys,
Fantastic.
Zach and DJ, they're both an inspiration to me, and I love them both. I've known Zach longer, but yeah. Anyway, I could ramble
We
on.
love you
but
too, Tom. We're not gonna. I'll say it for Zach too. We love you, buddy. We do.
I bet you say
Right?
that to all the boys,
I think
DJ.
to know Tom is to love Tom.
Yeah, all of us that love America. I'll be back and resist.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Tom. And thank you for being up here. Really do appreciate you being here. It's good to get to hang out.
I appreciate the invite, honestly.
It's good to
All
see
right,
you, Tom.
Zach.
Next year, I'm going to implement gardening, fishing, Second Amendment prepping, camping, gold panning, and more. Thank you so much for having us, Indy. Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others, as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms. 1 Peter 4:10 NIV.
I love that, Zach. Zach, you're making me cry. I just love you to pieces, brother.
No.
And I'm so proud of you and all that you're doing.
Y'all ever notice how well Zach knows the Bible?
Thanks for being here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Has anybody else
I do.
found that impressive other than me? Like how well Mr. Zach knows of the Bible better than most of us. He's always got verses ready to go.
Oh,
He's
100%.
yeah, it's amazing, bro.
Yes. When Zach speaks, everyone listens.
Yeah, he sure does. He's got the word of God behind him.
Yep.
Amen.
Zach knows.
Love you, brother. All right, JM, you want to go next? Have anything specific coming up on your channel or anything about your channel you want to share?
Oh, what a great question. I've got so many exciting things coming up. It would blow your mind. I've got about 100 dog walk videos that I have yet to get to editing. But no, I've got nothing scheduled. But I do frequently share other people's karaoke open mics. So stay tuned for that.
Awesome.
Is that legal on this platform? Are you allowed
to do karaoke? Oh yeah.
Is karaoke allowed or is that copyrighted? How does that work?
It's a big thing. You get copyright claims.
Okay.
You go to the largest karaoke YouTube channels like Zoom and there's a bunch of others. Then yeah, you're likely going to get some copyright claims, but it'll say right in YouTube Studio, it'll say this does not affect your channel. It's not a strike.
Yeah, unless you go to monetize, then they take half your money.
Yeah, there are like 5 or 10 bands, and I don't know all of them that are likely to get you a copyright strike.
Well, the
Big
reason
Eagles, I know is one of them.
I did karaoke before I started DJing. I have in the closet of concert equipment a extensive library of karaoke CDs that I legit paid for. I have the rights and everything too because I purchased them. But I was just curious with the way YouTube is, can you even use karaoke tracks? Are you going to get copywritten for those too? Because
I think you should test it out. I think you should test it out. The only way to find out is try.
Right.
or at least
Because the thing
that's
with karaoke is they've changed the melody enough to shift copyright. So it may be you may be hearing Piano Man. I saw somebody put it in the comments. That's what I'm thinking about. You may be playing Piano Man, and you may be hearing Piano Man, but one note every so often is different, and you don't notice it. And that's how karaoke tracks are made. It's not the
sometimes.
original. The original. I can't think of the name of it.
Yeah, sometimes they change the tempo, or they'll even do it in a different key to try to get around.
Correct. And that used to be how we were able to get away with copyright issues with karaoke, because you can't sing over the actual track because it violates the record company's policies. So I was just curious. Because like Indy, I'm always trying to find ways to play music and get around YouTube's BS. So,
right.
Karaoke might be the way to go,
Yeah.
but if you copyrighted there, that's not the way to go.
All right, Bonnie, how about you? What do you have coming up on your channel, or what do you want to share about it?
I am working on getting more active with it again. Like Indy, I just want it to be a place where everyone can kick back and relax. I have found that I can play covers and not get copyrights on them. Because I love music. A lot of people don't. If I start playing music, I can see that they start leaving. But we just kind of do a little bit of everything. We have serious discussions, or we have just acting silly discussions. And I have one set up for tomorrow night, actually. I keep seeing in the headlines that America is losing its values and morals, and I would like to have a discussion on that.
Good topic. Yeah.
That's a great
fantastic.
I don't think they're
Well,
losing it. Been gone.
Yeah.
I hate to say that.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people who are still focused on important values. I think they want us to believe that we're further gone than we are. But yes, it is something that's a great topic for sure. Well, next week here we'll be having a men's night. So hopefully I haven't reached out to too many people yet, but I will be. And if you're interested, or if you have a song or a topic or a video or something that you would like us to include for men's night, my email is in the channel description. You can send it to me. But when I did a ladies' night, I promised that I would also do a men's night. So men's night and Indy. But it should be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
You want to be surrounded by men, guys. That's what it is. She's like, hey, I'm going to do a men's night.
Indy's going to be raining men. Yeah.
No, see, thank you. Right there, Bonnie. That's what I'm going to open it with.
Hey, you can get Zach to do his OnlyFans dance.
There you go.
Come on, Zach. Give him a little twerk, Zach. Just a little twerk.
Well, kind of right along with that. First of all, I'll get to that in a second. Thank you to everybody who was here tonight up on panel. So much talent and in so many ways, and everybody up here is inspiring. I really appreciate you guys coming and sharing and hanging out and just being here together. Really appreciate you. And thank you to everybody who's been here in chat. A lot of great people coming through. A lot of really talented content creators and musicians and people across the board there too. So thank you, Anti and other mods, for being here and helping get people connected. Such an important part of what we do here. Thank you very much. All right. Well, this last song is a request from Anti, and those who know will know. But he had a message also for Zach and for Infantry. And he said, Zach, I know someone who is in their red PJ bottoms and hat, watching your badassery, smiling, and happy brother that you do you. I'm going to get me all choked up. And to Infantry, he said, please keep doing the things, brother. You are the real deal. And this is a song that is a great song standalone, but has a lot of meaning to a lot of us. So this is Struggle Jennings and Caitlin Curtis. God, we need you now. Much love, everybody. God bless.
getting crazy, baby, chill. Don't medicate, just meditate. You waking up now, well, baby, you hella late. Educate, look at what's going on, let it resonate, accelerate. Find your inner hunger like you never ate. Agenda is to push the hate, separate and segregate. Don't celebrate quite yet, the storm is coming, Q, for heaven's sake. Violence that they demonstrate, instigate and penetrate the values of our country and our God is what they desecrate. My fighters ain't no featherweight, pulling out the seams of the fabric that they fabricate. They feed us lies, manipulate, intimidate through fear and force, forcing us to sit and wait till we come together, congregate, and then we liberate. Praying that you give me strength to find some love amongst the hate. Marching on these streets of blood till I see the golden gates. Troubadour and troubled souls, one of God's servants. Blades out, cut the grass till we see the serpent.
One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
I know the truth is hard to swallow, just digest it. Suspected something's going on, but chose to just neglect it. Deflected by some breaking news, or we just accept it. Expected just to fall in line and follow their perspective. Don't question their objective, but I got a lot of questions. How these kids molested, but nobody's been arrested. Read it in the testament, these children are protected. So I'm fighting all these terrorists, both foreign and domestic. Refuse to be directed. Lion, not a sheep, only kneel to my God, so I'm dying on my feet. Silence when we speak, but there's violence in the street. I've been rolling with the punches, I can't take it on the cheek. Drink from a glass half full, I'm optimistic. People are sadistic, so vicious and malicious. Praying for assistance to overcome opposition, or I'm gonna start resisting, and then I'll pray for forgiveness.
One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now. We need you now. We need you now. One day, one day, one day. Oh, one day, I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.